Dear participants, we are inviting you to the room because in a moment we're going to start our event. Please take your seats. Good morning, dear ladies and gentlemen. We are starting the summit Children within the Ukraine 30 Forum. The summit is one of the events belonging to global events dedicated to the 75th anniversary of UNICEF, and we aim to create a platform that would focus on the protection of rights and meeting the needs of children and youth. Young children, young people, together with businesses and with the representatives of the government, will discuss decisions aimed at the development of better and more inclusive future for every child in Ukraine. Dear ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome Olena Zelenska, the First Lady of Ukraine, at our summit.
Вітаю.
Welcome.
Добрий день. По-перше, дякую за можливість бути сьогодні тут і приєднатися до привітань.
Thank you for inviting me to the summit and giving me a chance to join in the
збираєшся на ювілей до видатної людини.
Unfortunately, no sound.
Відомої настільки, що, здається, ніби знаєш її все життя. І настільки ж легендарної, яка є не просто свідком, творцем історії. Є такі люди, і є такі інституції, які зробили сучасний світ таким, яким ми його знаємо. І їхній вплив повсюди. Ми живемо у створених ними атмосфері і змістах. І саме таким є ЮНІСЕФ. Його створення, сьогодні можна сказати, його народження, це одна з поворотних точок
problems, but
з висоти років ми можемо
after having some experience, we may realize a lot of facts. Let's imagine December 1946.
Трохи більше року, як закінчилася найстрашніша в історії людства.
A bit more than a year after the most awful war finished, war that had taken tens of millions of lives. Europe in destruction. Many people are starving. And it was in that period of time that mankind, and primarily the established UN, found some time to think about children. Specifically about children, small people, little people who have had experienced all the terror of that war together with the adults. So, what was their life like back then? Only pictures are better than the statistics in showing this. And then, in the first years after the war, through the invitation of the UNICEF, David Seymour, a legendary photographer, made a series of pictures of the children of war and he moved throughout Europe to make those pictures.
Подивіться на одне з них.
Have a look at one of those pictures.
Ця світлина й досі
That is a picture
вражає.
which is still impressive.
На ній покоління
It shows the generation of children
після війни.
after the war, right after the war.
Покоління наших
This is the generation of our grandfathers and grandmothers who had experienced this war, who had been
і це діти,
distorted, whose minds were distorted by that war. And these were the children who still had to survive somehow. And it was by no accident that one of the first logos UNICEF is a child with a cup of milk. That is really symbolic because the first task was to feed those children.
взагалі подбати про дітей.
All, in general, to take care of children. Now it's common practice, but back then, in that difficult time, it was a new thinking. It was all about a new stage in history. And thanks to UNICEF, we are now taking care of children. We treat them as personalities, as individuals with their undeniable rights. 13 years later, after the foundation of UNICEF, there appeared the Declaration of Children's Rights. The main principles of safety and welfare of children were there, and these are the principles we still keep too. And for all these 75 years, UNICEF has been everywhere where children's rights and lives need to be protected, where education, childhood, health, and equal opportunities need to be guaranteed. UNICEF stands about the global indicator of the status of children. You always have the most comprehensive statistics, the most accurate research and data.
Ви той погляд,
You are the view from a side, thanks to which different countries change their policies.
оцінкам довіряють.
Your data is reliable. And I'm proud that, as the First Lady, I have a chance to cooperate with the UNICEF office in Ukraine, and this cooperation
Закріплена двох
is fixed in 2 memorandums of understanding.
пункти там.
And the key items of these memorandums are to improve the quality of food for children in educational institutions, about healthy way of living among children and young people, about raising awareness about healthy style of life among teachers and parents. And my special thanks go to UNICEF for the introduction of the behavioral study that discloses the treatment of Ukrainians to food, and for the participation of the representatives of the fund in the forum in Lviv. You started your path 75 years ago, taking care of the full-fledged nutrition of children, but even now you keep following the same principles, and we have great expectations from our further cooperation.
Концепція
Rather soon, we will introduce the concept of the campaign of healthy food and development of healthy nutritional habits, and on the eve of the new year, together with UNICEF, we will start implementing this campaign, and we will keep doing this next year.
до кінця року маємо
By the end of the year, we need to launch a web portal of the reform of school nutrition, and next year we'll try to develop this web resource.
і надалі не
So we would ask UNICEF to keep supporting us on this path. Our cooperation with UNICEF is not only about food and nutrition, it's about reloading the society, the public, about changing their way of thinking. We cooperate in ensuring equal rights and opportunities for boys and girls, in creating a barrierless
дітьми.
space for children and families with little babies.
Шановний
So, dear UNICEF,
рухаємося
it's your jubilee, and we are moving together with you. We are moving on, we are changing ourselves and are changing the lives around us. So we wish you to keep inspiring the world and all of us further on. Thank you.
Дякуємо за вітальні слова.
Thank you for the welcoming speech.
Пані та панове, я
Dear ladies and gentlemen, it's my pleasure to invite for the welcoming speech Mr. Murat Shahin, head of UNICEF representative office in Ukraine.
Thank you. It's an honor to be in front of so many high-level participants and partners, the champions for children. Madam Zelensky, Minister of Interior, Minister of Health, Minister of Education, Minister of Social Protection, and the Ombudsperson, and all colleagues and partners. The hope of the world rests in coming generations. That was in 1946, when the General Assembly established UNICEF. And when you decode UNICEF, it's United Nations International Children's Emergency Fund. So from 1946, we lived up to trust that was placed upon UNICEF for 75 years, and in Ukraine over 22 years. We are determined and fully committed everything that we can do to fulfill a mother's dream for her child and the gap between the reality and the dream of a mother. We will do our best to push the agenda for child rights. What we can achieve is what a mother's dream for her own child. Our mission focuses on the whole child, mental and physical health of the child, their access to quality education, legal and social protection, safe water, and that's all about child rights. Whether you are a mother in Kiev, whether you are a mother in Lviv, whether you are a mother in Luhansk, whether you are a mother in Kramatorsk, these are the places that I have traveled over the past few months. Every mother wants their child to be healthy, educated, and fulfilling their potential. For the next 5 years, we are committed to support Ukraine's agenda of 2030. The leadership of the President, all the line ministries, Madam First Lady, we are fully committed to advance child rights on 4 pillars, and we are developing our next 5-year strategy in line with Ukraine's development priorities. In our first pillar, we would like to see all children getting vaccinated. In our first pillar, we would like to see every child having the best start to life, so that early identification of disabilities, they are fully empowered to transition into learning and education. On the second pillar, we are fully committed. Every young person is protected and provided with necessary tools and skills so that they can fulfill their potential and transition into their work lives in Ukraine. On the third pillar, over the next 5 years, we are committing to help families to live up from poverty, so that especially those children with disabilities, especially those children left in institutions, they can live in a family environment. And our last pillar is engaging with the private sector, the civil society, moving the mountains for child rights, and mobilizing the energy of the whole Ukrainian society. And we know that we can do it because we have so many champions in Ukraine. And this meeting is a testament of that, from First Lady to all the line ministries, to all the mothers and families that I have seen, and the young people I have met over the past 4 months. Together we can advance the child rights in Ukraine, but also set a model for other countries to follow up. Thank you again for joining us in our birthday. And every child has 2 birthdays. One is their own birthday, and the second one is today. So that please, when you go back to your homes, celebrate your children's birthday. Thank you.
Дякуємо, пане Мурате.
Thank you, Murat. And now there goes the video speech from Henrietta Ford, the Executive Director of UNICEF, on the occasion of the Summit Children Forum in Ukraine.
Good morning, dear ministers, partners, and young people. I am delighted to welcome you to this National Children's Summit. Today, you will be focusing on the rights, needs, and changes that children and young people in Ukraine both demand and deserve. This is a moment to listen to children and young people. Together, I hope you will work to find concrete solutions and to mobilize key partners to build a more inclusive and sustainable future for every child in Ukraine. Your discussions today are part of a much bigger picture. As UNICEF celebrates our 75th anniversary, you are partners in a global dialogue that is bringing together young people with leaders from the United Nations, government, business, philanthropy, and civil society. We know that children in Ukraine face many challenges. Like children everywhere, their education and their lives have been disrupted by the COVID-19 pandemic. At a time when there should be hope, the recent spike of infections, along with the slowing vaccination rates, are casting an unwelcome shadow. Today, I urge you to prioritize and accelerate COVID-19 vaccination coverage in Ukraine. We must work to minimize the impact of the pandemic on children and young people. Additionally, nearly 500,000 girls and boys are still suffering the consequences of the conflict in eastern Ukraine. They continue to face grave risks. Many need psychosocial support. These children are among the most vulnerable, often living in rural and isolated communities. We must work together to protect their potential and their futures. Ukraine has so much to be proud of. I would like to congratulate you on your progress with child rights at the national and local levels. I am impressed, too, by your commitment to shape cities that work for children. Remarkably, 3 cities in Ukraine will be honored as child and youth-friendly cities at this event. Thank you for your dedication and commitment. I know you will continue to work with UNICEF to improve the lives of children and young people across Ukraine and to reimagine their future.
Dear ladies and gentlemen, I'm welcoming Osnat Lubranik, UN coordinator in Ukraine.
Dear First Lady, Ministers, Excellencies, all of the representatives of government and civil society, dear colleagues from UNICEF, great to be here on this 2021 National Children's Summit in Ukraine, which is part of a much bigger global series of events to really celebrate the progress with child rights achieved for the last decades. Protection of childhood is a fundamental global issue. All children have a right to protection. Every child has the right to survive, to be safe, to be heard, and to grow up in a protective environment. And I believe the fact that it's such high level and diverse representation shows that for Ukraine, children are really the future of this country, and your dedication and your commitment is so important from the highest political level. I want to say that there are still challenges in Ukraine and certainly around the world. And I believe that the priorities that have been set by UNICEF are really promised to get us even much more progress in the near future. I perhaps would like to just say I just came back from eastern Ukraine, and I met some mothers who are living in areas that are affected by shelling, and children are really suffering, and that's where the work that UNICEF does also on social protection and psychosocial support is so important. I truly hope that this very high-level profile national dialogue that we are holding today will spark ideas for developing even more inspiring solutions. They already are there. I've seen some of them together with Murat when we were traveling. I just want to maybe end by saying that in my capacity as UN resident coordinator, the United Nations system, all 18 organizations remain committed to working together with UNICEF to even more amplify the results through whatever we do, and always keeping children in our mind, also as we develop our 5-year whole of UN plan, where UNICEF's 5-year program really fits in so importantly. Thank you very much.
Дякуємо.
Thank you. UNICEF pays a lot of attention to involvement of children and young people in decision-making, and the slogan of UNICEF is "Nothing for children without children's participation." That's why today we will provide a platform to young children, young people, and please listen to their voices. Let me give the floor to Victoria Kravets. Hello to everyone, I'm Vika, and I'm a child. I couldn't have never imagined that I will have a chance to be present at such a high forum with the people whom we see every day in TikTok and different social media. And thanks to UNICEF, I can voice my ideas here and participate in different projects aimed at improvement of child's rights protection. My mission today is to tell about a typical day of a typical teenager. First, you wake up, you wash, you clean your teeth, and you go to school where physics is your first class. And you will hear at least once, the place of the girl is in the kitchen, or physics is not for girls. And similar phrases were the phrases I heard when a Barbie was bought for me instead of a car. It's good I have a brother and I took a car from here, but I don't know why toys should be gender-based. Then after the third class, we have the so-called meeting motivation lesson. Have a look. A notebook should look like that. Or, Mary, have a look. Maxim is studying so hard. He's an excellent student. He participates in different Olympics, contacts, he goes in for sports. And what about you? You're just a backbencher and you're just drawing something. Think about your future. Please, adults, don't compare us to anybody else. We are all equal, but we are all different. We are all diverse, and we want you to appreciate us for being like we are, with all our talents and gifts. After school, I normally have meetings with my peers, though I have tutors. I'm the 11th grade student, and I need to enter the university. So we are staying in some company, and we are creating some projects, going to some entity with this project, and a big boss there says, I've heard you, yes. And then the whole Facebook is full of phrases like, the children are our flowers, are our future. But nobody is doing anything for our future to be good. But there are less and less, fewer and fewer people like this with every year. Then you go back home and they tell you, okay, when you have your children, you will understand us. Or when you grow up, you will understand. If I speak about what I want to have in the future, what my family should be like, what institution I want to grow to, and they tell you that there is a template, there is a standard. You know, my parents, luckily, have never limited me in terms of my hobbies, but 80% of my peers hear such ideas on a daily basis. They are limited, and that's very bad because we need to bring up a generation of really happy children. But if you're doing the things you are not willing to do, you're losing your life. You're not living your life. So what kind of country could we have? We don't have any borders. We don't have any templates. We probably don't know so much about the world as you know, but that's probably not a disadvantage. We have a little bit different way of thinking. Our world is a little bit different, and if you come to ask about our opinions, you will probably find answers to the questions you have never found answers to. Listen to the children. We really have a lot to say. Thank you. Thank you, dear speakers. In a couple of minutes, we will start our first session, and the topic of it is greatly important. What does it mean to be a child in Ukraine? This will all be covered by our forum, Summit Children, just in a couple of minutes.
Look closely. Really closely. Deep into the eyes of a child. See their hope. And ours too. Whoever she is, wherever he lives. Every child deserves a childhood. That's why UNICEF is there, for each and every child. Working day in, day out, in 190 countries and territories, reaching the hardest to reach, the furthest from help. It's why we stay to the end and never give up. Will you stand with us?
Stand with us. Stand with us. Stand with us.
For every child. Unreasonable. It's how you have to be if you want to change things. Relentless. Tenacious. The world's children need people like that. People who see impossible as incentive to try harder. Who find one good reason to keep going in the face of 1,000 reasons to stop. So, shout out to the hardcore. Because big problems need big solutions from big game players. You know the type. The determined, the persistent, the unreasonable. UNICEF, in more than 190 countries and territories. We never give up until the rights of every child are protected. Are you with us? UNICEF, for every child.
Краще спитайте, хто ми є зараз, а не ким хочемо стати. Ми – нове покоління людей, і нам є що сказати. Свобода думок – це ідея заразна як вірус. Цей маніфест для тих, кому 18 мінус. Тобі 6 чи 16? Це не важливо скільки. Цей дзвінок нарешті для тебе, а не для вчительки.
Це життя. Тут нема ані завуча, ані директора. А слова, про які ти шкодуєш, уже не замажеш коректором.
Тут вчать не стояти біля дошки, а стояти за себе. І щоб сказати, що думаєш, руку тягнути не треба.
Тут нарешті реально важливі домашні завдання. Знати власні права від першого і до останнього.
Тут іспит щодня і вірно вчинити непросто. Тут вчитись потрібно не тільки дітям, але й дорослим.
Якщо хочеш поруч іти, не потрібно тягнути за руку. Якщо хочеш довіри, не заходь до кімнати без стуку.
Не сприймати дитину всерйоз – це як мінімум дико. Хто сказав, що рівень свободи залежить від віку?
В нас відкриті серця, свіжий погляд, розбиті коліна. Все можливо, тобі все під силу, коли ти дитина. А як хтось тобі скаже, що все це звучить по-дитячому, посміхнись і скажи: ну окей, ми це ще побачимо.
Из-за пластика вымирает много черепах, потому что они думают, что пластиковые одноразовые пакеты – это медузы, которыми они питаются.
Сьогодні ми поговоримо про екологічні проблеми. Як кожен із нас може потрошку їх вирішувати. Сейчас молодеет это движение, потому что мы имеем больше информации, мы можем больше рассказать. Ученики 5 класса очень осознанно ее восприняли, начали даже где-то высаживать какие-то саженцы.
Мне больше всего запомнилось про сестер из Бали, как они убирали пляж. Не каждый взрослый человек на такое способен.
Это необычный современный формат урока, чтобы показать детям, что изменения начинаются с каждого из нас.
Коли він прийшов у наше життя, він був замкнений, а ми стривожені. Він ділився своїми печалями через папір, а ми оточували його любов'ю. Він навчився довіряти нам, і його світ змінився з чорного на кольоровий. Ми бачимо, що турбота змінює.
Меня зовут Вика, мне 6 лет, я люблю читать, писать цифры и буквы. Я родилась, когда стреляли, но мне было не страшно, потому что со мной была рядом мама. Я хочу в школу, потому что я люблю учиться. Когда я вырасту, я стану учительницей.
У нас такой возможности раньше не было, а сейчас без проблем. Я могу его привезти, оставить на специалистов и пойти решать свои проблемы.
Батьки, які виховують дітей з інвалідністю, дуже чекали таких послуг для своїх діток. Належним чином не було це все організовано в громаді, а тепер у нас можна сказати, що ми одна з громад Донецької області, яка може похизуватись тим, що ми тепер відкриті для таких сімей.
Діяльність кіндер-клабу, вона спрямована перш за все на соціалізацію дітей. Ми вчимо їх бути в соціумі.
Надо открывать такие центры. Тут общение. Нашим детям надо общение. И чтобы все видели и знали, что есть такие дети.
Пані та панове, ми розпочинаємо першу сесію саміту «Діти». І дуже важлива тема, що значить бути дитиною в
So we
Україні.
start our first panel with a very important topic, what does it mean to be a child in Ukraine. I'm giving the floor to the director of the Bureau of International Information Agency France Press in Ukraine, Anna Tsukanova. Thanks a lot, so let us start. Welcome to everyone, welcome to our highly distinguished guests, and our first panel is entitled, What does it mean to be a child in Ukraine? And I guess that the very title urges you to contemplate a bit about this. Probably it's not that easy to be a child in Ukraine, in not a rich country, in a country with a war, but probably there are also a lot of good things. And you know, I have some personal interest in the whole this story. I have 3 children, and it's important for me that my children find themselves, find their places in my country, in the country which I love. So I would be grateful to our speakers if they could tell us today how we could make the life of our children and our own lives better, kinder, safer. So let us start. And I will give the floor to the representative of UNICEF in Ukraine, Murat Shakhin, as the co-organizer of this conference. So the floor is yours.
Ukraine, you work in different countries, so this external experience, you might have a broader look to what's happening in Ukraine. So what are the key problems related to children in Ukraine, and what are the key successes in this country? Because I'm sure we do have these successes.
Thank you. I will start with the success. I have been 4 months in Ukraine and 21 years with UNICEF, and I am impressed with the commitment at all levels for children. Last week, I was visiting a school near the contact line. There was some shelling happening, and I entered 2 classrooms and visited, met teachers. They created a heaven in that schoolyard. It's an amazing commitment of the teachers to run a school and following the national guidance that Safe School Declaration. So I was impressed at the field level, the teachers, these communities, they are fully committed for children in creating safe spaces and safe havens for children. And at the national level, I'm also impressed. Last Friday, it was the International Day of Persons with Disabilities. We were at the parliament with a local young lady, Lina, and I think she's around one of the participants, as well as we have a German UNICEF Goodwill Ambassador, Yanis McDavid here. And at the parliament, they speak 30 minutes. All parliamentarians, after the session, they were on standing ovation, showing their commitment for inclusion agenda and children with disabilities. So there are many good things happening in Ukraine, and today's panelists and members is showing a testament, showing that everyone is committed for children at all levels, at the family level, at the national level, to the politicians and the ministries. However, the challenge remains big. It's big because to be a child born in a conflict-affected eastern Ukraine, and as our executive director was saying, there are 500,000 children, and some of them was born 7, 8 years back, and they never had a different life than conflict. So it's about hearing shellings, it's about access to health, access to education, access to participation, playing with their peers. They never had a normal life that other children have in different parts of the country. But also in Ukraine, at the national level, so many young people are losing their trust that they can fulfill their potential. It's very important to engage with young people, to hear their voices, and let them be part of all the decisions we make. So thank you again for the huge commitment at all levels for children and young people in Ukraine. And I am positive that we can make positive changes over the next 5 years for every child. Thank you.
Thank you. Тепер
And let's continue with our guests. I would like to give the floor to Marina Lazebna, the Ministry of Social Policy of Ukraine, who could probably tell in greater detail about the challenges the state is facing now while helping children and what we managed to do, what we failed to do. But our time is 5 or 6 minutes, so I will give you a sign that it's high time that you stopped. Yes, my speech was expected to be a little bit longer, but I will try. But I would like to say happy birthday, UNICEF, because UNICEF is our main partner. These are our friends. And you know, in 2020, in April, we had a situation when 42,000 children got back from the boarding schools. UNICEF were the first to help us. And they offered us that they would go to 5 regions and would have a look at where these children got back to, whether the children that got back to families could have education and proper conditions of staying. And we did a good research, a good study that helps us build our further policy. The topic we are discussing today is this topic of statehood. This is the topic of what the future of our country is going to be. It's about our tomorrow. You know, we are an aging nation. I keep telling this, but here I speak not only about the life expectancy, but about the following as well. There are fewer children among us, and today we have 7 million children, or 18% of the overall population of our country. At the beginning of the independence, we had almost 26%. So definitely we need to invest into it, and we need to develop policies that will help develop our country, and where children will not, adults will not be afraid of giving birth to children, where families will be provided support and children will be happy. What are we doing today, and what are our priorities? The first priority is a family for a child. And the best investment that can be made by the state into the development of its little citizens is to ensure their right to be growing up in a family. That's why we need to still have families for our children. And our first priority is support of such families and their welfare, starting with the national authorities and up to local authorities. And I guess that the necessary sufficient financial resources should be allocated to that. So every community should focus on children and their development. We have 10 types of social state support. We call it social payments. And we cover about 2 million families with children. I will not enumerate these categories because you know them. But no less important is development of social, educational, rehabilitation, medical services, which children and families will be able to get as close to their place of living as possible, which means in their community. For cases when, for different reasons, we cannot ensure full-fledged life upbringing and development of the child, the state needs to interfere, and it is the state that needs to ensure development of family forms of upbringing and their financial support. We have 69,000 children who are orphans or are deprived of parental care. 64,000 are kind of involved in family-type orphan houses. These are also children who have their carers. And another priority is lack of barriers for children and families with children. This is development of friendly space for children, particularly children with special needs. For you to have, for parents to have no problem with feeding a child, with going with a baby carriage and anywhere to the place he needs. It's about distance services, overcoming of discrimination in employment of parents with minor children, with little babies. That is also about development of equal opportunities and the duties of mothers and fathers in relation to child upbringing. And this is, by the way, a very positive trend. Because, you know, when there is equal participation of the mother and the father in the child upbringing, this reduces the risks of poverty, and on the other hand, active participation of the father helps to ensure a harmonious development of the child. And the studies show that it also reduces the risks of domestic violence. And here we approach our third priority, which is safe environment for children. In a family, a child should feel protected, safe, valued, appreciated. She should feel that this is a safe place where a child can make mistakes, can look for its own path in life. But this is really not possible in the family with domestic violence. So in order to counteract domestic violence in relation to children, the most important thing is lack of indifference and clear coordination of all those who are supposed to respond somehow, which are teachers, healthcare professionals, social workers, law enforcement agency workers, judicial workers. You know, a teenager can address for help, but little children cannot do this. That's why responsible adults should see these signs, should identify these signs. And this means that there are no children who are somebody else's children. They are all our children. And the fourth priority is the children's interest, the principle of ensuring the best children's interest. This principle should be our guidance for the authorities of all levels, and we need to ensure safe protection for a child to have a happy future. I will not enumerate things, but we have really implemented a lot of programs supporting families with children. In particular, this was done in the period of the pandemic, when we needed to preserve jobs, workplaces of parents. This was one story. Also, we provided some payments to sole proprietors. These were also some subsidies for children because we needed to support these businessmen. And it's also about subsidies because we granted subsidies for some services. Children stay at home and they need to be educated from home. So this means that they consume more light and utility bills get higher, and this also is related to subsidies. And to a poor family, we provide actually 130% of the living standard, of the subsistence minimum. So this means that in families with 3 children, their amount of subsidy is about 7,000 hryvnias, which is quite a lot. But of course, we should give not only fish, but a fishing rod as well. That's why, starting with next year, we launch a program for business launching for families. We want children to stay with families, and parents to have enough finance. And here I'm trying to show you some signs. Yes, I'm about to conclude. I would also like to mention decentralization. You know that today we are at the final stage of decentralization in Ukraine, and in 2020, all in all, we had 300 communities where social services for children were established. And these are the people who can really quickly respond. And thanks to our joint effort, now 14,000 and something communities have created such services for children. And it's about our relationship with UNICEF, with the public sector, with the civil society. We are helping to develop community-based services and community-based functions in order to help children and families who get into complicated living conditions. Dear colleagues, we are implementing a lot of pilot projects, and this pilot project about development of social services was launched this year. It was 10 million for the next year. The state budget has 75 million hryvnias for that, which means that we will cover more families, more communities. We are also launching a pilot project to help social workers in communities. We will deal with the organization of social work in the community. We will support their technical base, the inventory base of those social workers. We will really promote their work for them to know how to identify the needs of every family. Marina, thank you, but our other speakers will not have enough time. No, I still need to tell about our subvention, about housing for orphans. I will tell about this on Facebook, but just a couple of facts. You know, we have quite a good figure as far as housing for orphans is concerned and creation of new family type orphanages are concerned. Definitely, we will not stop where we are, and we will not only deal with the priorities, we will deal with other things, but the most important thing is to keep supporting families with children, and the assistance, the allowance given to families for childbirth has not been changed for 10 years, so we would like to have it increased and to increase it by 50,000 hryvnias. We would also ask the parliament to support the responsible parenting draft law, and also all the best strategies and all our best plans will yield some results if we move on, if we all move on. And I'm happy that here we have the Ministry of Health and Ministry of Education, because if we read the law is on protection of childhood, and we are all involved in this process. And the country will win as a result of that, because our children will be happy. Thank you. Thank you. And it's my great pleasure to give the floor to Serhiy Shkarlet, the Minister of Education and Science of Ukraine, who will tell us how the reform of education is moving on and what will happen next. You're welcome. Thank you. First of all, happy birthday, UNICEF. Welcome. Welcome, colleagues. Welcome also our ministers, representatives of the parliament, all the participants. Hello, Vika. Really, it's a very good, we have listened to a very interesting, inspiring speech. Children are changing the world. Children who are not indifferent are changing the world. And, you know, our minister has been cooperating with UNICEF for many, many years. And the support is provided by UNICEF to the ministry at the level which cannot be overestimated. It's really great. You know, let's take a child. A child, while being very small, gets into the field of education. This is all about preschool education, which actually develops all the habits and skills and capacities with which the child will go to school. The priority of the Ministry of Education as far as preschool children is concerned is changing the focuses in the starting preparation, in the training of this capital of Ukraine. Ukraine is an educational hub. We consider it to be such. And that's why at every stage we need to do certain things that will enable us to overcome social, technological, pandemic challenges. Vika was great in her speech. She has mentioned social challenges, a gap between generations. And it is in the preschool institution that we need to change the concept of development of children. We are not giving a child just to the storage facility, storage room for luggage. No. There must be some transition from preschool to school education. And preschool education should kind of lay down the basis for the child to develop, tailored to the very specific child. And the ministry is really doing a lot in this respect. Then, school. 500,000 teachers, right? Yes, a typical example has been mentioned. Physics is not for girls. Why not girls? For girls. 116 winners of our context in the small content in the Small Academy of Sciences. Well, half of them are girls, so why not? We have also been supported by UNICEF during the pandemic, and we have introduced this Ukrainian school online, and therefore children can actually join the best classroom of any teacher. You could listen to his lecture, to his class. And if we compare rural areas and urban areas, well, that was also a sign that we are moving forward and we are trying to give an opportunity for children to get high-quality education everywhere. In mountainous areas, for example, Daria has been telling me about these 4 regions where there are the risks that children will get poor quality education. So we are also working with these regions. The Ukrainian school online has not been stopped because you know that a lot of materials have been uploaded onto the website of the Ukrainian school online. And a great breakthrough is the Declaration about Safety of Schools, which says that children, even on the front line, on the demarcation line, still need good education. The quintessence of education is accessibility for everyone, in particular for children with special needs. We didn't have any inclusive center 3 years ago, but now we have a lot of them already, and this is a step forward. Today, under the supervision of the President, several subventions have been allocated to support children in school for fire safety. And this is really about the safety of children's stay in schools. So all those steps related to the child and to development of children are related to the future of Ukraine and to the development of Ukraine. That's why the Ministry of Education and Science of Ukraine really supports the policy of supporting children and UNICEF's policy. Thank you. I would like to give the floor to Viktor Lyashko, the Minister of Health of Ukraine, who has been in a tough situation over the recent period of time because of the COVID-19 pandemic. So could you please tell what is new about the vaccination? Do you intend to somehow promote vaccination for children? Because it's allowed, but so far the figures are very low. And what are generally the plans of the Ministry of Health as far as child development is concerned? Thank you. Welcome to everyone. Please stay healthy. Let me start with 4 words. Prevent, identify, treat, and not to leave, not to abandon. And let me continue with 2 more words. UNICEF, partner, and UNICEF, educator. You know, these words are the guidance for the whole work of our ministry to ensure good health. When we speak about our cooperation in this direction, we cannot but mention our partner UNICEF celebrating its birthday today, our partner for many years. So thanks a lot for the work you are doing in Ukraine for the saving and for preservation of health of our children. Thank you. If we continue, I will focus on all the 4 components, but in brief. When we use the word prevent, we speak about prevention of diseases, preservation of one's health. And if we speak about children, we should take care about our health here and now, because we need to give birth to healthy children. And when we use the word prevention, we speak about prevention at different stages of our life. And today we had the First Lady of Ukraine. I would like to thank her for the initiative introduced in Ukraine, which is the change of approaches to child nutrition, to school nutrition. We speak about schools. We are trying to replicate these approaches in kindergartens. And via children, we want to change the culture of nutrition in our families, in our society. We need to ensure safe and sound nutrition, which will also reduce reduce the risks of appearance of non-infectious diseases. When we speak about prevention, we also speak about vaccination. In our national vaccination calendar, we have 10 vaccinations, so 10 diseases that could be prevented if you have timely vaccination. That's according to the grid that we have developed. The state has procured good vaccines. UNICEF is also helping us in this respect. It helps us to create the cold chain for the vaccines to be preserved and stored with the same quality at every stage. And they train our healthcare professionals. They help us to communicate with parents, showing that children need to be vaccinated according to this vaccination calendar, and they need to be ensured a healthy future in order to avoid circulation of any other infections in Ukraine. We also want to add pneumococcus, and it was our intention, but were it not for COVID-19, I think that we would have already introduced this infectious pathogen. But now we have to focus on fighting coronavirus, and we have allowed children to get vaccinated starting with the age of 12, and 40,000 children have used the opportunity. But you know that in some countries of the world, even children about the age of 5 are allowed to be vaccinated. So I think that quite soon in Ukraine, the vaccine producer will register the changes to the instructions, will bring in the medications, and we will be able to do this. But our mass vaccination is not yet focused on children, because we are focusing on the risk group, elderly people. That's our priority. If we use the word identify, we speak about the methods of diagnostics which we introduced in order to timely identify diseases. And starting with 2022 in Ukraine, we have a new neonatal screening in Ukraine, which means that genetic inborn diseases will be identified at birth, and therefore this number will be increased from 4 to 20. We are buying new equipment. We already have established 4 centers plus the 5th reference center for diagnostics. But that is not only neonatal screening. That means that we are changing the approaches to the infrastructure. Hospitals should have the same level of comfort both for the patient and for the doctor. We're introducing a new model of internship, and will get new programs of internship with new approaches to training pediatricians for them not to for them to be able to identify and to treat all the diseases in time. And starting with 2022, we will start building 48 hospitals, 1 regional clinical hospital and 1 regional hospital for children in every region. This is a new approach. These are new European sample hospitals with new equipment. And not to leave, my last word, unfortunately, there are diseases that are currently incurable, and we shouldn't leave a family one-to-one, face-to-face with this problem. UNICEF has launched an interesting project about patronage nurses who help children, who help families at the first stages. And that is a starting point. And we are launching patronage nurses for other people. I hope that they will help us cope with the problems we have in our society. So by joining our effort, we need to say how children should live, how children feel in Ukraine. They feel good, and we need to make this reality. And how do we help our hospitals? People ask me, and I will answer always, give birth to children, because baby delivery is a priority package, and your hospitals will get more money. And I would wish all of you to come to hospitals only to give birth to your children. Thank you. I would like to give the floor to Lyudmila Denisova, the ombudsman. I know that you're taking care of children who live in the frontier territories, and probably you could tell in detail what help you're providing there. Good afternoon. You know, we are taking care of all the citizens of Ukraine, all the children, and citizens of Ukraine, not only the ones who are within our country and require protection, but also all the children in all the citizens of Ukraine in every corner of the world. But let me start with a different point. Thanks to the UNICEF's support and cooperation with UNICEF, we are really doing a lot of monitoring visits and missions, and we study how the human rights are exercised, are implemented in the conditions of the reforms which are now taking place in Ukraine. And the previous speakers have already mentioned the administrative and territorial reform, decentralization reform. I would like to say that really we should express our gratitude to the services of all territorial communities, because, you know, the services for children are already created there. They function in almost all the regions. And I have to mention that even the General Prosecutor's Office helped us with establishing those social services. But, you know, while those monitoring missions, together with the UNICEF, we have seen that, well, there are staff members, but they are unskilled, or there are too few of them. They don't have any experience of working in the social domain. So we really need to pay a lot of attention to their training, because if social services for children don't work the way they should, this means that they are not providing the assistance to the children who are in complicated life situations. And even to give the child the status which she has to be allocated, like a child without parental care or in a multi-child family. To give the status, these services need to function the way they should. We have many families that require social services, and this system is being created, is being replicated even, but I must say that we have only half of the staff members who as compared to the figure which we would need. It seems to be that we have one employee, one social worker for 10 families. Seemingly it's not too little, but the distance is too long to each family, and that's the problem. Starting with 2017, we have got the deinstitutionalization reform, which means that children should be brought up in families. And I must say that over 4 years, not many things have changed. Just the number of such institutions has been reduced by 10%, and the number of children staying in such institutions had been reduced by 9,000. We should pay attention to child houses, as we call them. There is a moratorium now for, well, if children are without parental care, there is a moratorium for their being transferred to such houses. And we can take the example of 2021. There were 2,375 such children in such houses, but the figure has increased over the recent half year by 300. What I'm trying to say is the state is really trying to do everything, to do all it can to reduce the number of such houses. But together with the UNICEF, we claim that we have not somehow taken into account our reality, our real opportunities and capacities. So we still need to work in this direction. Now, together with UNICEF, we are holding a study of the implementation of human rights, of the rights of the child in the pandemic conditions, in the COVID-19 conditions. And what do we see? Our first visits were paid to make some calculations how many people were vaccinated. And here I do support the Minister of Health that, for example, 133,000 were given birth to over half a year, and only 40% were vaccinated. It's not the fault of the ministry. The ministry has provided all the necessary vaccines, has made the procurement, has supplied vaccines to the regional state administrations, but the regional state administrations have not delivered them to the places where the children should be vaccinated. And that's why 60% of newly born children were not vaccinated in time. And the other problem is that parents are objecting to the vaccination, and now we can see that anti-vaccinators are objecting, are having campaigns against COVID-19. So this means that we should focus on awareness-raising campaigns to show that we need vaccination, because there are some diseases in our state which are practically no longer possible in the world. The problem of COVID-19 affects the implementation of the child's right to education, and again, we have worked here jointly, and thanks a lot to the Prime Minister. We have enabled children to still study offline, and our children can exercise their right to good education, because you know that distance education, online education, this is only online education. Inclusion. Lack of barriers. So how many children need to exercise this right? 85,000, and how many of them do exercise this right? Only 25,000. Why? The state has been allocating a lot of money, more than $500 million every year to this, and only 50% of that is somehow implemented. We have seen the Counting Chamber report, and we have seen that only 200 million have been used over this half year. Why? We have so many regions like Poltava, Vinnytsia, Kyiv, Lviv, Kharkiv, Zaporizhzhia. These regions are not implementing and not using this money, which means that a child is learning either from home or in the orphanage. The child is not getting socialized in the society and is not exercising his or her right to education. Yeah, I'm about to conclude. I do support today's address of the executive director of UNICEF, who said that we shouldn't forget about the people who are in the most tough conditions, who are under occupation in the gray area, and who are IDPs. And we need to know these people. We need to focus on these children. We need to know that we have 73,000 and something children who have got the status of the victims of the conflict, either physical or mental. 180,000 children together with their parents have left for other regions, and they are IDPs, and they have other rights which they cannot exercise. In the occupied territory, you cannot choose whether you are a citizen of Ukraine or a citizen of Russia. They are just pressurized to become citizens of Russia, of the Russian Federation. They cannot get their education because they may get their education only in Russian schools. Their textbooks are rewritten. History of Ukraine is distorted. And this is all taking place now. As far as the gray area is concerned, we know how the right to education is implemented. Teachers one teacher may teach all the subjects. There are no teachers. That's why, again, this means that the right of children is not fully implemented. And please don't forget about the children of political prisoners, because we have so many people staying in the prisons of the Russian Federation, and 207 children require our support because they are the children of those political prisoners. Thank you, Lyudmila, for such an emotional speech. And I would like to give the floor now to Daria Harasemchuk, advisor of the President of Ukraine on child rights and child rehabilitation. Please tell about the priorities of the President in this field. Thank you. I do support my colleagues, and happy birthday, UNICEF, on the occasion of your anniversary. I'm happy that we are partners, and I'm sure that we will still achieve a lot. Together, we will create a lot of success stories for Ukraine in particular. In Ukraine, we have about 7.3 million children, and every single child, not some specific categories, but every and each of them requires support and protection of their rights. It's really important for us to teach parents to take the right care of their children, to take care of their children and to accept them. It's considered for some reason that when parents give birth to a child, they already know how to take care of the child, but that's wrong. We need to acknowledge this, and we need to do our best for the School of Parenthood in Ukraine to appear as soon as possible. And I'm sure that then these awful figures, which we have heard today, will reduce. We have had the figure of about 68,000 children who have the status of an orphan or a child deprived of parental care. This figure over the recent 10 years has reduced, but still we need to work in the same direction. It's still very, very high, and we need to do our best for parents to know how to take care of their children and not to give their children away to institutions or for the state not to be forced to take the child away from his or her parents. No matter what institution we're talking about, with the best inventory, with the best basis, with the loving nurses, it will never replace own family for a child. That's why if we speak about the deinstitutionalization reform, we need to speak about it as much as possible. And with this in view, we need to arrange the situation when children at birth are already perceived as individuals, as personalities. We need to develop the system where everything should be child-oriented, child-focused. We speak a lot about supportive families, mother, father, about supportive parents, but we need to speak about supportive children. And starting with the early age, as early as possible, we need to approach the development of the child and to provide all the necessary conditions. And concerning this moratorium, which has been mentioned today, it's really important for us to speak a lot about this prohibition, about this moratorium, to get the country ready for the introduction of this ban. 168,000 children now have got some disabilities, and you know it's 168,000 children. Parents should be taught not just to take care of their children, but to accept their children as they are. And I know this definitely not only as the advisor, but as the mother of a child with a disability. And I know for sure that each child belonging to this category requires free of charge service of rehabilitation and other social services that will be provided in the community, like early intervention, daycare services, support services during inclusive education. So such services will really help support families and provide the child with all the conditions for full-fledged development in the loving family, for the child to be socialized, communicable, and to live in the inclusive society where he or she is accepted and not tried to be brought to a certain norm. So it's really important for us today not to lose any single moment, to work a lot, to cooperate with each other. All the ministries, all the partnership organizations need to be with us, and we would ask UNICEF very much to keep supporting us in developing the right of every child to development, for them to live in the full-fledged inclusive society, because only in that way we can build up the future of our country. As far as the priorities are concerned, the priority of ours and the president's, That is correct support and timely identification of the families who are living through tough times. That is also the reform of deinstitutionalization, early development of every child. And I hope that in the future we will get the best results possible, and that by the end of the year we will be able to report and to say that every child in Ukraine is moving forward to a happy future. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Daria. I would like to invite Alexander Banchuk, Deputy Minister of Justice of Ukraine, to have his say. Probably your field is not that close to children, but I'm sure that you have a lot to say. Yes, good afternoon, dear colleagues. Really, the Minister of Justice, that's about protection of child's rights and access to justice. But we cannot do anything on our own without our partners from the government, and not only from executive authority, but also the Commissioner, the General Prosecutor's Office, Court. And it is with this in view that there was initiated the Interdepartmental Coordination Council on Juvenile Justice in relation to minors, because it's a unique platform where government, non-governmental organizations, experts can join their effort, and there we are supported definitely by UNICEF and our other partners whom I can also see in the room. So thanks you a lot for this. So as far as justice for children or juvenile justice is concerned, there are 3 blocks. Unfortunately, Ukrainian legislation still doesn't have all the international standards in it, and the same refers to our international commitments under the Convention on Child Rights. Another thing is that if we speak about the relationship of the child with the law enforcement agencies and pre-trial investigation facilities, so these procedures are not adjusted to the needs of children. And the third point is about the specialists, experts, professionals working in the respective authorities. They don't have the necessary adequate training tailored to children. So, of course, we could say that we are not waiting in practice because we are waiting for the amendments to the legislation, but that could last for quite a period of time, and you know that used to be a rhetoric for a certain period of time, that we are waiting, we are working at the legislation. But with UNICEF's support, we decided, as far as justice for children is concerned, not to wait until the amendments to the legislation are passed, but to try and implement some pilot projects in order to make some legal experiments in this field and to see what the results are going to be and what the challenges are going to be. And then, taking into account this experience, we could further regulate the issues in the legislation. So it's not a traditional way for Ukraine, I would say, but I think that it already yields certain results. For example, the first of such pilot projects or experiments is the restorative justice program. What is the essence of the program? You know, we have some statistics, but here probably the figure is not that high, because starting with the launching of the program, we had 200 children who were released from criminal account. Seems to be not that much, right? But that could be called another chance for children who, for different reasons, made some crime, a theft, bodily infliction, or something like this. And we used to take this person to make him or her a defendant, and actually this meant a criminal record for the whole life. This person was considered to be a criminal. well. But this program, and again, I'm stressing that no changes in the legislation were made. That was just all based on the willingness of the police, of the Ministry of the Interior, of the prosecutor's office, of the court, and the pro bono legal aid system within the Ministry of Justice. And we introduced this experiment, we made this experiment, and their criminal could have negotiations with the victim, and if the victim gives a consent, then on the basis of the prosecutor's decision, we close the criminal proceedings, and we actually release this person from criminal account. And you know, we see the result that in this way, we actually gave a chance to about 200 children. I think even if it was one child, it would be worth doing it. Another experiment, a pilot, probably a pilot is not a very good word, but a pilot project. This is the Barnahusa Scandinavian model. What is the essence? You remember that one of the principles stemming from the convention is ensuring the best interest of the child. We can write it in the law that we guarantee the best rights of children in different bylaws and different laws, but the essence of the model is that the child who became a victim or a witness of a crime is not taken to different institutions, to healthcare institutions, police, prosecutor's office, court, but we arrange the procedure in the way for the representatives of these bodies to come to one place called Barnahus, and all the procedural things are happening there with this child who is a witness or a victim of a certain crime. So this is the practical implementation of the principle of the best protection of the best interest of a child. Also, as far as training of experts is concerned, together with our colleagues on the basis of this Interdepartmental Coordination Council, we have approved the standards of training for those who will work with children. And one of the problems is that, again, I would say ordinary investigative officers, police officers, prosecutors, and judges don't have any special knowledge as to how they should communicate with children. That's why they need to undergo certain training. And again, we're implementing this pilot project. So on the basis of these results and seeing what the problems are in cooperation between different bodies, what the results will be, we have already developed the draft law called on child-friendly justice, which will already take into account the results of those pilot projects. There are two related ones, so it's 5616 in 5617. And these draft laws have been already approved by the Council, and they are now in the Parliament. So we hope that this draft law that is based on real practice and the results of practical pilot projects will be supported, will be approved by the Verkhovna Rada of Ukraine, and then we will already perform our commitment to the UN and to other international institutions, and we will introduce their necessary international standards into our legislation and practice, which is really important. That's all for me. Thank you. Thank you. It's very interesting. And our final speaker is Katerina Pavlyuchenko, Deputy Minister of Interior. Thank you for coming and being invited in the last minute. Thank you, dear participants. Thank you for the opportunity provided to me to join in today's discussion. So first of all, on behalf of the Minister of Interior, I would like to pass apologies for his not coming today, because unfortunately there happened a situation with a high-profile accident in Chernihiv region, and we have already seen people who perished as a result of it. But today I would like to tell you how the Ministry of the Interior and the National Police work in their protection of children's rights. I have a presentation and I will try to squeeze it into the time allocated to me. So first of all, I would like to mention that for the Ministry of Interior and for the National Police, development and creation of safe environment for children is one of the priority directions of our activity. First of all, we want to prevent and to respond in time to the challenges in the field of safety that are available in the society. It's important for the safety of children not just to become the issue for the police or parents or a separate specific school. It's important that this issue of child safety be a priority for all the departments, agencies, ministries, and the society in general. I'm sure that the events like we're having today and this panel discussion, the statements made today, show that really the topic of child safety is a priority issue for many ministries and agencies. Because children should be protected against any violence, including domestic violence, influence of any so-called street morale. And with this in view, the Minister of Interior, Denis Monastersky, focuses their units of national police on personal responsibility of the heads of the main departments in regions, and he speaks a lot about safety of children, cooperation with the parents, communities, civil society, cooperation with territorial communities, creation of the so-called child-friendly rooms. This is about green rooms, Barnahus methodology, which we also have now throughout Ukraine. So these are the rooms where we are implementing the approaches that prevent further traumatization of the child during the investigation or interrogation. If we speak about the projects which are now implemented by the Ministry of Interior together with our partners, which is the Ministry of Education, the Office of the Education Ombudsman, the Ministry of Justice, state authorities, international organizations, public organizations, territorial communities. So all these projects aim to develop the infrastructure for child safety. We have already started involving juvenile prevention inspectors and school police in the school educational institutions. But now we are going through the active stage of such projects as Safe School, Barnahus, Safety Inspector, also prevention of deviant behavior of school children. And I'm sure that these projects will help us build educational environment, and not only educational environment, but environment free from bullying, from child crimes, and any forms of violence. We are also increasing police presence in schools, and so far police crews are building their itineraries in the way for them to most frequently go side by side with the schools where children are staying. And we are also involving rescue brigades and emergency brigades in the trainings, in different classes for children, and they also work with school administrations, with parents. And if we speak in figures, we should mention that the statistics accumulated in the National Police is really impressive. And you can see that starting with January 2021, more than 13,000 applications have been submitted to the police concerning the children missing. And it should be indicated that 96.4% of such children were found in the first hours. after the application was submitted. This is really important. And in this context, we also cooperate with territorial communities and mobile phone operators in order to collect as much evidence and information about where the child stayed and with whom he or she communicated over the recent period of time in the first hours, because these first hours are kind of golden hours for us. It should also be pointed out that as far as children are concerned, today more than 3,000 crimes have been committed, and almost the same is the number of crimes committed by children. Every 4 hours, police officers compile protocols concerning sales of alcohol to children. And this is the problem of the society, and the police is fighting with the consequences, of this situation, while the problem is deep in the society. So we also try to take some preventive actions. And I'm sure that the key to the improvement of such trends, negative trends, is still in cooperation between different agencies, partners, international partners, civil society organizations. And as far as online safety is concerned, I would like to say that we have got good communication with the administration of the most popular social media. I will not enumerate them. Concerning removal of negative content that would be provocative and would provoke violence in particular and brutality. And starting with the beginning of this year, we have blocked already 97 thematic groups and communities in social media. And also there is a chatbot which has already blocked more than 25,000 Telegram channels, which has something to do with this negative, violent behavior. And as far as the plans are concerned, we are going to have joint trainings with the prosecutor's office involving police officers, investigative judges, investigators for their criminal proceedings that are being for the criminal cases that are being investigated, to focus on the same things and to have the same criteria and qualifications. That's why these joint trainings are a really important thing for us. We see it as a priority. And also we are working at the changes in the criminal code, common criminal procedure concerning interrogation of witnesses and victims who are children. And to conclude, I would like to say that partnership between the Ministry of Interior, the police units is really open. We are open to cooperation with civil society organizations and a whole range of different draft laws and bylaws being introduced nationally, regionally, locally. There are a lot of innovations, and UNICEF is supporting us, in particular in terms of innovations, and we are really grateful to you for your support. Thanks a lot for your helping us to really implement the best practice of other countries here in Ukraine, in our reality, and I would also like to join in their congratulations on the occasion of your birthday. So many happy returns of the day. Thank you, Katerina. Unfortunately, we almost have no more time, so let me just ask one question, and those speakers who are willing to say something may answer. I think that one of the most serious, most substantial challenges for children of Ukraine is violence. We have heard a survey, it was back in 2014, at the beginning of the war, and it showed that 2/3 of children aged from 12 to 17 said that they personally have faced at least one of the types of violence. On the other hand, you know that there is a vicious circle, and more than 90% of people who became victims of violence in their childhood are prone to act in the same way and to apply some violence when they become adults. So what should the government, what should the Ukrainian community do to break this vicious circle of violence and to make the lives of our children more safe?
Я би хотіла знову зазначити на тому, що я вже до цього говорила про
I would like to point out again the notion of the parenthood school of parenthood, because I'm sure that if all children do realize what violence looks like, if every child understands what types of violence could be, that violence is not only but physical violence, I think that almost 100% of children would say that they have been affected by a type of violence at a certain point of their time. And in this way, we would teach children to value their own personalities, their own borders. And I think that we need to speak more to parents and to children about different types of violence and about what could be allowed, what you can allow others to do with you, what you can allow yourself to do with you, just to speak more, to train more. And here is the question also to Mrs. Lazebna. You spoke about providing assistance to children affected by violence. And do we have any shelters or houses for children? Because I know that we have such houses for wives who have become victims of domestic violence. What about children? I don't think that we have such institutions, but we have support services. And this year, the subvention is going to be completed. It was supported by the President, by the First Lady, and it was for the first time this year that 124 communities got some money for the development of such specialized services, which means that we are speaking about the consequences. You could give a call to a hotline. You also have the police hotline, and there are some bodies and the system. But we need to realize that fighting consequences is wrong. You need to do prevention. And you have asked the right question: what do we all need to do? We all need to conduct awareness-raising campaigns. When we all, at all levels, claim that this is a crime, that this is not just a private affair, that social workers should take care of this, neighbors, schools should take care of this. If it becomes a norm that this is a crime, this is considered to be a crime, the whole society will be permeated with the idea that this phenomena is to be rooted rooted away from the society. So it's about awareness raising and changing the mindset. And Mrs. Denisova, you also wanted to have your say?
Марину, в тому випадку, що потрібно проводити більшу інформаційну програму.
So you spoke, Marina, about awareness raising, but let me speak about statistics. Again, if over half a year the hotline of the Ministry of Interior was addressed by 3,600 children in the summer period, the period of holidays, the number of children was the same. This shows that still awareness of violence among children is increasing. But here is another problem. The problem is that all the state institutions which have something to do with this don't have a unified approach, according to which they would really be able to classify that the child who is given a call is really a victim of violence. We don't have unified, coordinated approaches. We need them to know how to work with this problem, how to deal with this problem. And we need not only to work with children as far as awareness raising is concerned, we should also work with parents in schools, but also with law enforcement agencies, because it is them that will have to record this data, assess the data, and we need to recognize that there was violence in the family.
Цю дитину, якщо вона даже була свідком.
And if the child is just not a victim but is a witness, it should also be recorded as a crime. And here is the question to Mr. Leshko Scarlett. Maybe, like in the Western countries, we could have some monitoring of, by healthcare professionals or teachers. Maybe they could be the first providers of information, the first whistleblowers in this respect. A very good question. A very well-formulated problem, because child violence in the Ukraine is inadmissible, and I agree that parenthood, responsible parenthood, should be the basis of it all. But our ministry, together with other ministries, has been working at this problem, and Katerina has already mentioned that there is, we have some cooperation between juvenile police officers and schools. We have some stop bullying programs. We have some other programs where practical psychologists work in schools, not only with children but with parents. And by the way, when I pay visits to schools, I always communicate with psychologists to find out typical problems about child violence. And they have those problems. And as Viktor Leshko has said, we need to prevent this. That's true. So I also agree with this, and we work in this direction.
Пані Катерино, ви хотіли щось?
Катерина?
Так, якщо дозволите, я, будь ласка, буквально кілька слів.
Just a couple of words. Really, now we have a lot of awareness-raising campaigns, and they include children. We speak about different types of violence, of what violence is, and so far the national police records more requests, more applications coming from children concerning violence. I must say that over 10 months of this year, we have got, I mean, the National Police has already got about 7,000 of such applications. And if we compare this figure with the previous periods, this is twice more than last year. And by the way, over the third quarter of this year, we have also been recording the increasing number. Along with that, reorganization has happened to juvenile prevention units, and they now focus more on efficient response, effective response to such cases, working with bullying, and we hold trainings because it's really important to have trainings, and I think that we need to have joint trainings together with other departments, units, agencies, because then we are all on the same page and we have the same vision concerning our response to specific cases. Thanks a lot.
Welcome. Thank
Maybe
you.
very quickly, I think there are three areas. One, zero tolerance against violence. And it's a social norm. It should be on television. It should be on every public forum that we speak about it. And when we see something, we say something. And it is zero tolerance. The second point is 1 out of 3 children are not ready for schooling. The preschool coverage that the education minister was saying, increasing the quality of education and coverage of education is very important, so that we empower children to demand their rights. And the third part is the poverty and addressing the poverty. If you look at 47% of children are affected with poverty in Ukraine. And when you are affected with poverty, in those households, there is more violence. So it's really important, as the Minister of Social Protection was saying, increasing targeted assistance to those families, because lifting those families from poverty will lift also changing the culture and better childhood for every child. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Я дякую нашим шановним гостям за таку цікаву і корисну.
Thank you, dear guests, for such an interesting talk, and I hope that all together we will make the lives of our children safer and better, as the Minister of Health has said, for the child to be happy to be a child in Ukraine. Thank you, Anna. Thank you, dear participants, dear panelists.
Зовсім скоро в рамках
Rather soon, within the forum, within the summit children, we will have the ceremony of awarding the status of communities friendly to children and youth. And you will learn what these communities are going to be very soon.
Коли він прийшов у наше життя, він був замкнений, а ми стривожені. Він ділився своїми печалями через папір, а ми оточували його любов'ю. Він навчився довіряти нам, і його світ змінився з чорного на кольоровий. Ми бачимо, що турбота змінює.
Из-за пластика вымирает много черепах, потому что они думают, что пластиковые одноразовые пакеты – это медузы, которыми они питаются.
Сьогодні ми поговоримо про екологічні проблеми. Як кожен із нас може потрошку їх вирішувати. Сейчас молодеет это движение, потому что мы имеем больше информации, мы можем больше рассказать. Ученики 5 класса очень осознанно ее восприняли, начали даже где-то высаживать какие-то саженцы.
Мне больше всего запомнилось про сестер из Бали, как они убирали пляж. Не каждый взрослый человек на такое способен.
Это необычный современный формат урока, чтобы показать детям, что изменения начинаются с каждого из нас.
Меня зовут Вика, мне 6 лет, я люблю читать, писать цифры и буквы. Я родилась, когда стреляли, но мне было не страшно, потому что со мной была рядом мама. Я хочу в школу, потому что я люблю учиться. Когда я вырасту, я стану учительницей.
У нас такой возможности раньше не было, а сейчас без проблем. Я могу его привезти, оставить на специалистов и пойти решать свои проблемы.
Батьки, які виховують дітей з інвалідністю, дуже чекали таких послуг для своїх діток. Належним чином не було це все організовано в громаді, а тепер у нас можна сказати, що ми одна з громад Донецької області, яка може похизуватись тим, що ми тепер відкриті для таких сімей.
Коли він прийшов у наше життя, він був замкнений, а ми стривожені. Він ділився своїми печалями через папір, а ми оточували його любов'ю. Він навчився довіряти нам, і його світ змінився з чорного на кольоровий. Ми бачимо, що турбота змінює.
Из-за пластика вымирает много черепах, потому что они думают, что пластиковые одноразовые пакеты – это медузы, которыми они питаются.
Сьогодні ми поговоримо про екологічні проблеми. Як кожен із нас може потрошку їх вирішувати. Сейчас молодеет это движение, потому что мы имеем больше информации, мы можем больше рассказать. Ученики 5 класса очень осознанно ее восприняли, начали даже где-то высаживать какие-то саженцы.
Мне больше всего запомнилось про сестер из Бали, как они убирали пляж. Не каждый взрослый человек на такое способен.
Это необычный современный формат урока, чтобы показать детям, что изменения начинаются с каждого из нас.
unreasonable. It's how you have to be if you want to change things. Relentless. Tenacious. The world's children need people like that. People who see impossible as incentive to try harder. Who find one good reason to keep going in the face of 1,000 reasons to stop. So, shout out to the hardcore, because big problems need big solutions from big game players. You know the type, the determined, the persistent, the unreasonable. UNICEF, in more than 190 countries and territories, we never give up until the rights of every child are protected. Are you with us? UNICEF, for every child.
Dear ladies and gentlemen, today is the day of local self-government in Ukraine, and it's symbolic that on this day we will have the ceremony of awarding the status community-friendly to children and youth. This status is given to the cities that have shown great progress in improving the environment for children and youth within their same name international UNICEF initiative. It is aimed at supporting local authorities in the implementation of children's rights, and it has been implemented in the world since 1996. The initiative has been supported by more than 3,000 municipalities in 38 countries of the world and 5 continents. In Ukraine, the initiative Friendly Community-Friendly to Children and Youth has been implemented since 2018, and as of November 2021, it has been joined by 35 cities, communities, including Lviv, Vinnytsia, and Bakhmut. And they will become the first 3 cities in Ukraine to get their honorary status of the community-friendly to children and youth. Dear ladies and gentlemen, it's a pleasure for me to welcome the head of the UNICEF representative office in Ukraine, Mr. Murat Shakhin.
Thank you, respected partners. Great to see representatives from municipalities across Ukraine joining us today. And thank you again, Minister of Social Protection and our partners. Our vision is closing the gap between the dream of a mother for her child and the realities that she is facing. When we look at the Convention of the Rights of the Child, the Convention says every child has the right to be healthy, to be educated, to be participating in life, and to fulfilling her or his dream. This is only possible when the duty bearers take their jobs at their hands and push the agenda as much as possible. We know that at the national level, we have trusted partnership with ministries and institutions of Ukraine in advancing child rights. And we know that the vision of Ukraine is to have all cities to be European cities in fulfilling every child's right. But we all know that there is a challenge in making decentralization to work for children and young people. So decentralization comes with additional challenges, especially for the mayors across the country. During my last 4 months, I had the privilege to visit so many municipalities across Ukraine. My first visit was to Lviv to meet the mayor of Lviv, as well as his amazing team, who is running for European Youth Capital Award this year. There I have met young people. It was a nationwide gathering of young people in Lviv. And I remember one young person I met from Mariupol. She was saying she wants to stay in Ukraine, she wants to stay in Mariupol, She wanted to contribute to her own society's development in Mariupol, but she was eager and jealous to see the innovation hub in Lviv, because it was a safe space for young people to socialize, to connect, and to spend after school hours in a safe, fulfilling environment. It was great to see Lviv municipality in pushing the agenda and making Lviv city a child and youth-friendly city. After Lviv, I went to Bakhmut city. It's another amazing city that I met the municipality and his team, and it was around September when the schools were opening. The first thing mayor said to me was, Murat, I got above 90% of my teachers got vaccinated for COVID. I will keep schools open at all time. And last week I was also in Bakhmut again to open a social inclusion center in Bakhmut city, which is a center that connects families with all the institutions of Ukraine in families to receive social benefits, families to connect with their peers and socialize and work on getting inclusion agenda moving forward. So there are so many cities across Ukraine who are taking additional steps in making their city child and youth friendly. Because for UNICEF globally, it's not only working at the national level in legislations, in helping government to come up with new laws and legislations and regulations. Our role is also on the ground, working with families, but closer to the families are the mayors and municipalities. So how do we help that vision that every city becomes a child and youth-friendly city? This is only possible when we work closely with the municipalities, helping them to identify priorities for their communities, because they are the closest to the people that they serve. They have also resources. What they have been asking us is, technically, can UNICEF be there in bringing in global expertise on identifying priorities, but also ways to mobilize the community and resources of the municipality? I've seen amazing trust in these municipalities, not only here, but globally, because the municipalities are the places that are closest to the society. Congratulations to several municipalities in Ukraine, which came up and closed the work with UNICEF on dedicating specific budget lines for addressing childhood priorities. We all know that there are 4 priorities for UNICEF as well as for the government. One, we want every child to start in the best way they can start for their life. Getting childhood vaccination done is a must. Today, there are cases of polio. Next year, there will be a measles outbreak in Ukraine. These are all vaccine-preventable diseases, and municipalities can help in making sure that all children are vaccinated in their catchment area. They can allocate resources. They can prioritize this to happen. We all know also that municipalities can help us in initial screening of children for their disabilities and mobilizing the system to empower that every child and every family in their community receives assistance related to inclusion agenda. Similar to the young person coming from Bakhmut, Mariupol, young people in the municipalities, they can help municipalities to become child and youth friendly. Their voices help a lot because they can influence the society. And I know on Sunday I was attending an event where the president of Ukraine was there. It was about volunteerism. And he was showcasing and sharing us how great volunteerism culture in Ukraine is. So how we can get young people to volunteer and help and advance connecting with the municipalities on making their municipalities more child and youth friendly. So without further ado, I would like to call on and share our commitment that we would like to be with you in your journey of decentralization. Our motto is, let's connect with municipalities, Let's make decentralization work for every child and every young person in the municipalities that you serve. I am impressed with the energy and commitment I have seen in several municipalities. Few to name are Lviv, Bakhmut, Vinnytsia, and yesterday even with Kiev mayor. I've seen huge commitments on making children a priority. Together we can, as you have seen, first line of speakers in the morning, all the ministries are committed to make legislations, investments, and regulatory frameworks to be child and youth friendly. And today, the second session of the day, will look into how we work and how we can scale up successful models of municipalities becoming child and youth friendly. This is not only important for Ukraine, this is also important for across the world, because we would like to share good examples of municipalities from Ukraine with the rest of the world so that other countries can learn from the way decentralization is made work for children and young people in Ukraine. Thank you so much, and I look forward to listening and also celebrating the 3 municipalities which got Child Friendly Cities Award from our global level headquarters in New York. 3 municipalities in Ukraine are receiving this award, which shows that Ukraine is an example country for others, but these 3 municipalities are example for other municipalities to follow also. Thank you.
Дякуємо.
Thank you. Dear ladies and gentlemen, here is a video address to the participants of the summit children by Wolfgang Ditz, mayor of the town of Weil on Rhein, which is one of the leaders of the initiative Community Friendly to Children and Youth in the world.
Hello, everybody. I'm sending you greetings from Weil am Rhein. I'm Wolfgang Dietz, the mayor of this town, which is located right on the southwestern corner of Germany, bordering France and Switzerland. We are one of the early German cities who claim to be child-friendly cities, and we have received the decoration from the German Association for that. I'm sending you greetings to tell you what has happened since our last meeting when we met together in Kiev. I recall our getting together in Kiev as an excellent meeting. Ever since, a lot of things have happened in Weil am Rhein. For example, we have built a new park along the Rhine River, where I invite you to take a view into France with a big playground. We have established a new kindergarten for 6 groups and a new facility for the youngsters aged 8 to 17. We have opened a new covered, open sports arena, which is used very much by our youngsters. Also, we have done a lot of things in the field of participation. We have asked youngsters to change our city. In the field of participation, we have done a number of things. One of them was to invite our youngsters to show their dreams and to show their ideas about our city. They put it into pictures, and we have laid them in the cornerstone of the new building, which is enlarging our mayor's office. We have had and held elections to our youth parliament, which has a long-standing tradition in Weil am Rhein more than 25 years ago. And it's 2 young women who chair that parliament. We have also invited our youngsters to participating in planning our city. We want to know their ideas about playgrounds, public spaces, where they have places to meet. And in the field of participation, we also note that we have set a cornerstone for a path that is commemorating children's rights under the United Nations Convention. Therefore, I can say we have taken a number of steps which take us further on in the field of being a child-friendly city. I therefore invite you to come to Weil am Rhein, to come to Germany, and let's meet together again when this vicious virus is behind us. And nothing beats personal meeting. And therefore, I send you the very best greetings from Weil am Rhein to Kiev and to the Ukraine. May I say it in German? Auf Wiedersehen. Do побачення.
Дякуємо за привітання і за звернення.
Thank you for the invitation and thank you for the video recording. Let's go over to the very ceremony of awarding the status community-friendly to children and youth. And first we need to watch a video trailer about Lviv, which is among the 3 cities leaders that are the first in our country to get this honorary status community-friendly to children and youth. Lviv is the youth capital of Ukraine. This is the city for young people. I'm a vice head of the Children's Advisory Board. We have implemented 15 projects like Bullying Stop Stoops and Book Exchange. We've got new inclusive playgrounds for children with good inventory, with good facilities. During the class, we can sit, we can stand, we can do whatever we want. When we stand, we need to be straight. In general, we've got more space and the streets have become more inclusive. In our hospitals and clinics, we've got new equipment for newborns. And the mortality rate has gone down. This is the driving engine that helps the authorities implement new projects, because young people are the generators of new ideas. They create a sensation, they create innovations. Students, teenagers, children can really fulfill their capacity in this space. Time is necessary for changes, but the city is changing for you. Well, it's too early to congratulate Lviv because the status has not yet been awarded, but we have the representatives of the government who will grant the status to the representatives of local municipalities present here at our summit. So I'm inviting the Ministry of Social Policy of Ukraine, Marina Lazebna.
Вас чутно добре.
А де?
Ви спочатку про цей
Кому я буду
статус
вручати?
ми привітаємо.
And where is the participant to whom I'm going to give the award? So, dear colleagues,
Взагалі, коли ти стаєш, мені так здається,
you know, it seems to me when you become a winner,
не тільки про визнання, це про
it's not only about recognition, it's about high-level responsibility. But we shouldn't forget who does all this. And this is all done by people, by young people, and the understanding of those people that the public sector needs to be involved to the greater extent. And if the status is already available, this means that they have, first of all, I'm speaking about my colleagues from Lviv now, they have assessed the needs of their residents. They have understood what their residents need, and they have started developing the city, which is really friendly to children, to young people, and also to other categories of population. Because, for example, if even an elderly people is walking along the streets of Lviv and sees that children are happy, or youth is happy about their life, I think that it's also a pleasure for them and a kind of inspiration. So I'm happy that I have something to do with such an award ceremony. I'm happy to give the award, but I have a request to Lviv. Please try to show your experience, your achievements, your progress, maybe in the form of webinars to other cities of Ukraine, because we have a lot of communities in the country, and probably not each community already realizes what their status should be and what their role should be in the development of our country.
Пані Марино, я вам передаю вже
Marina, let me give the word to you, and we are inviting to the stage Andriy Moskalenko, first deputy mayor of Lviv. Marina, you've been right in saying that really great changes are implemented by a large team, and you have already seen Victoria, we have Ulyana, Yulia, Oleg, Alexander, so a large team. So could I invite them to the stage, because really that's all about the large team of people working at it. It's our joint victory. Yulia? Even the smallest ones. That is our future.
Всі великі молодці.
You're great. No one left
Я
out?
вас вітаю.
So, congratulations. Keep moving.
Дякуємо і вітаємо.
Thank you. And congratulations.
Я з вашого дозволу ще, якщо
With your permission, I would also say one small thing.
бачу, що більшість людей є в
I can see that most people are in the ties, but I'm always in a tie because it's according my status I need to do this. But today I am in a sweet shot, but it's written Molo, and it is within this sweet shot that a month ago in the Brussels, together with my team, we actually defended the status of Lviv, which is in the finals of the European capital. We will not win this year, we will win in different year, but that is a historic achievement. And they said that, okay, but this status doesn't give any benefits, any money, but it provides an impetus. Thank you, UNICEF. Congratulations on your birthday. Thank you for your support. Let's keep moving. Thank you, and congratulations once again. Let me invite for the continuation of the award ceremony
Саміту «Діти» в рамках форуму.
of the summit Children within the Ukraine Society Forum.
Давайте ще раз привітаємо львів'ян.
Well, once again, congratulations to the Lviv team, and the next city which will get the status community-friendly to children and youth is Bakhmut, Donetsk region. Let's watch a video. Bakhmut is a town where they take care of everyone because there are opportunities for development for everyone. More than 400 children with special needs, and the community has created all the opportunities for their inclusion and rehabilitation, and for them to feel nice and comfortable. Thanks to the program, children like my son have got an opportunity to undergo rehabilitation, to get a wider spectrum of services and assistance. And many parents, due to this, get at least some time to perform their duties. Bakhmut is the town where they take care of everyone and where there is an opportunity for development for everyone. In 2021, Bakhmut has won in the international UNICEF bonus and has been chosen the status of the community-friendly to children with special needs. And the goal of the project is to create comfortable conditions for children and youth, to focus on children and youth. We create the future prospering community. Time is necessary for changes. The city is changing for you. Ladies and gentlemen, let me invite the First Deputy Minister of the Community and Territorial Development of Ukraine, Mr. Vasyl Lozensky. Good afternoon, dear colleagues, dear friends, staying offline and online with us. Let me welcome, on behalf of the Ministry, express my gratitude to the team of UNICEF, which has been supporting us for years, helping us to develop our children, for them to stay safe, to stay in comfort, to have access to all possible opportunities. We're really grateful to you for this. And I'm sure that all those present here do realize that our future, the future of each of us, lies in our children, in our little sunnies who inspire us, who provide energy to us on a daily basis and help us in our professional arena, because we understand why we do all this. And the person who once worked in the regional administration had something to do, I actually actually had something to do with it, and now I work at the ministry in the same direction. And I know this, I know the fact which probably not everyone knows, that we didn't have that many indicators for the development of prosperous community, prospective communities. But one of the key factors, one of the key criteria for us was, besides financial capacity and population and territory area, there was one criteria we were trying to follow and to take into account in 99% of cases. This is the number of children of preschool age and of school age. Why? Because there have been some examples of communities with good financial resources and revenues, but they didn't have the future. They didn't have enough children in their territories. So there comes a rhetoric question: why do we need the money? Why do we need this community? What are we going to develop and for whom? That's why I'm sure that we have worked in a rather professional way with this, and now we have more than 1,400 communities, and each of these communities actually needs such a project as Lviv performed, Bakhmut performed, and we should really try to replicate this experience, as the minister has already said, for all the 1,400 of communities to sooner or later get this status, get this award. Besides this being a certain achievement, this is also responsibility. It's symbolic that this is all happening today on the day of local self-governance of Ukraine. So let me congratulate our communities with one of your professional holidays, because one of your directions of work is development of communities, and our future is in our children. And you have seen that actually, as far as Bakhmut is concerned, it's not about the one-day work. It's about weeks, months, and years of work. But we can see the examples not of projects, but of the things already implemented, of the project which helps children with special needs and families having such children to have better lives. Therefore, let me welcome and congratulate Bakhmut and children from the Bakhmut community who are staying in such a perfect community. Thank you, Vasil. And now you will have a chance for the representatives of the Bakhmut community to get this award. And we have the deputy city mayor of Bakhmut, Inessa Melnik. You're welcome. Thank you. I would also like to express my gratitude to the UNICEF team, to congratulate you on the occasion of your birthday, and to say that this recognition is not just the recognition of our achievements. This is all about great responsibility to move on in the same direction. And let me quote Socrates, who said that in every child there is a sun inside, but you need to lighten up this, to lit up this sun. So thank you, dear UNICEF team, for helping us do this in every child of our community. Thank you. Thank you and congratulations. Bakhmut, Donetsk region.
І третє місто, яке отримує статус.
And the third city which is going to get the same status is Vinnytsia. Let's watch the video. Vinnytsia is their place of ideas, and my idea has already been brought into life. In Vinnytsia, we have rather many tools of youth participation. Every child, every young person can fulfill his or her potential. Project Cool Food, the territory of correct nutrition. When I entered the dining room for the first time, I even forgot that I wanted to make a picture of all this. I was so much impressed.
вважаю, що в інших містах
I think that in other cities we also need to have budgets of school children participation for young people to be able to bring their ideas into life and to be heard. Inclusive playgrounds for children.
для змін потрібен час.
Time is necessary for changes. The city is changing for you.
Пані та панове, запрошуємо.
Dear ladies and gentlemen, let me invite to this stage Deputy Minister of Youth and Sports of Ukraine, Marina Popatenko.
Вітаю, шановні друзі.
Welcome, dear colleagues. So first of all, I would like to congratulate the large UNICEF team that is really helping to create safe spaces, comprehensive development spaces to different communities of Ukraine. And all these three cities are really unique by the fact that they are creating the synergy of interaction between different industries, different sectors in the city, and they're creating practical tools of integration of young children and young people in the social life of their communities. That really provides a lot of space, not just for the readiness for innovations of the city, but a space for children and young people to understand their place a role in the society. That enables them to see their future in the community and also to create great initiatives that are really necessary and that are really accepted by the communities and then could be further replicated throughout the country. A unique city of Vinnytsia, to which I'm going to give this award today, was the first city in Ukraine to create the Children's Advisory Public Council. And that enabled young people and children to help develop the agenda of the city development. So the great innovations you can see in the development of Vinnytsia are definitely the initiative of children and youth. That is their synergy. And that has yielded perfect results and that has created high-quality services and the space for development. So let me give this diploma, this status to you. And I'm inviting for the award ceremony the Deputy City Mayor of Vinnytsia, Helena Yakubovich. Welcome.
Дякую.
Thank you. Good afternoon. Let me first of all express my gratitude on behalf of our city mayor and all the children and young people of our community for the fact that you have given us the honor to become a community friendly to children and youth. Let me express our gratitude to UNICEF, which has been implementing initiatives really necessary for our territorial community. Vinnytsia has been working for quite a period of time at getting this status of a community, but the status is not the key thing. The key thing is our children. These are the people whose sake we live and we work for their comfort, for friendliness to them. We know what the responsibility connected with this status is, and we are sure that all the communities who have got this status, who got it actually today, will keep working for the sake of their children and their future. And young children will keep developing their country. And also, let me welcome UNICEF and congratulate it on the occasion of its birthday, 75th anniversary, and let me welcome all the colleagues and congratulate all the colleagues present here on the day of the local self-government. And thanks a lot to everyone involved in our acquisition of this status. Let's keep moving. Let's do whatever we can for our children to have a better life, both in our territorial communities and in the country in general. Thank you. Thank you and congratulations. So let's congratulate once again the first three cities in our country that got this status: Lviv, Bakhmut, and Vinnytsia. Congratulations. And let me give the floor to the expert of the Association of Cities of Ukraine, Nazar Mikulyuk. Dear ladies and gentlemen, I'm the representative of the Association of Cities of Ukraine, which is an ongoing strategic partner of the government and of UNICEF as far as involvement of local self-government bodies in this initiative of community-friendly to children and youth is concerned. And first of all, let me congratulate UNICEF and express my gratitude to you for the immense work you do for the whole of Ukraine and for ordinary citizens. And today we have the Day of Local Self-Government, so I would like to congratulate all the cities and villages. And you know, it's really symbolic that this status is granted today. It is only in the territorial communities that we can properly protect the interests of children, that we can lend an attentive ear to them and develop children and young people. It is the 3 cities who have got this award that have shown that for them it is a priority to ensure development and to invest in the future. And let me express my gratitude again to UNICEF for a great job, but I would also like to sympathize with these 3 cities because that all means a great responsibility for them. Each of your steps will be analyzed by all the other communities, and you are the ones that need to show the best figures and the best progress. And we, as the Association of Cities of Ukraine, will help you replicate the best practices which have been developed within this project and within any other projects, in particular with the partnership with UNICEF. But in spite of the fact that UNICEF is actively working, the society is helping you develop. Still, the most important thing is about the mayors and their teams. It is the management of local self-government bodies that passed the decision to develop not just roads, parks and squares, but to invest into children and young people. And I would like to express my gratitude to these people, to these mayors and teams who are not indifferent to this problem. And the last thing, what does the status give you? Well, no money, that's true. It's something ephemeral.
Влади, якщо сьогодні в кожному в громаді є прекрасні заходи з губернаторами, зі всіма іншими великими представниками.
And every community has great events.
Перше, звичайно, це статус всередині.
And the most important thing is actually status inside Ukraine. Today, all the municipalities are not only friends, but they are also competitors. Competitors for investment and for stuff.
І включення стратегії, в програмі
and inclusion of the issue of children and young people into all the strategies and agendas shows that this community really thinks about the future. Because it has already been mentioned today that if the community is not developing this direction, the children will leave in some 5 or 10 years. There will be no young people. So why invest? That's why the status shows that the community is moving on and developing.
Разом з ними працює. Це одна велика команда. Друге, звичайно, це входження в такий елітний клуб, де зараз є більше 3000 муніципалітетів серед 40 країн світу.
There are a lot of municipalities in the world. We live in the period of globalization where experience exchange, in particular online, is the best practice everywhere. Therefore, the communities that have got this status will find it easier to get the experience, to borrow the experience of other international communities and to take the best practices which are not available in Ukraine. And the third thing is about investment. Every foreign investor, when he wants to invest into Ukrainian community, looks at stability and sustainability. And what other sustainability could we have than recognition of this community by the UNICEF, by the Children's Fund of the UN? I guess that this is one of the main criteria.
Тому я ще раз хочу подякувати ЮНІСЕФ за можливість українських громад долучитися до цієї ініціативи.
So let me once again
Дякую
express gratitude
муніципалітетам за розвиток дітей та
for
молоді.
development, for helping us. Thank you, dear municipalities. And I hope that next year we will have not 3, but 33 communities like this. Thank you.
Дякую вам.
Thank you.
Скоро на цій
Quite
основній
soon,
сцені
on this stage of the summit,
в
children
рамках форуму
help
Україна 30
being held within the Ukraine 30 Forum, we will have a series of very important expert dialogues. Welcome.
Коли він прийшов у наше життя, він був замкнений, а ми стривожені. Він ділився своїми печалями через папір, а ми оточували його любов'ю. Він навчився довіряти нам, і його світ змінився з чорного на кольоровий. Ми бачимо, що турбота змінює.
Краще спитайте, хто ми є зараз, а не ким хочемо стати. Ми – нове покоління людей, і нам є що сказати. Свобода думок – це ідея зараз на квіт. краще спитайте, хто ми є зараз, а не ким хочемо стати. Ми – нове покоління людей, і нам є що сказати. Свобода думок – це ідея зараз як вірус. Цей маніфест для тих, кому 18 мінус. Тобі 6 чи 16? Це не важливо скільки. Цей дзвінок нарешті для тебе, а не для вчительки.
Це життя. Тут нема ані завуча, ані директора. А слова, про які ти шкодуєш, уже не замажеш коректором.
Тут вчать не стояти біля дошки, а стояти за себе. І щоб сказати, що думаєш, руку тягнути не треба.
Нарешті реально важливі домашні завдання. Знати власні права від першого і до останнього.
Тут іспит щодня і вірно вчинити непросто. Тут вчитись потрібно не тільки дітям, але й дорослим.
Якщо хочеш поруч іти, не потрібно тягнути за руку. Якщо хочеш довіри, не заходь до кімнати без стуку.
Не сприймати дитину всерйоз – це як мінімум дико. Хто сказав, що рівень свободи залежить від віку?
В нас відкриті серця, свіжий погляд, розбиті коліна. Все можливо, тобі все під силу, коли ти дитина. А як хтось тобі скаже, що все це звучить по-дитячому, посміхнись і скажи: ну окей, ми це ще побачимо.
У нас такой возможности раньше не было, а сейчас без проблем. Я могу его привезти, оставить на специалистов и пойти решать свои проблемы.
Батьки, які виховують дітей з інвалідністю, дуже чекали таких послуг для своїх діток. Належним чином не було це все організовано в громаді, а тепер у нас можна сказати, що ми одна з громад Донецької області, яка може похизуватись тим, що ми тепер відкриті для таких сімей.
Діяльність кіндер-клабу, вона спрямована перш за все на соціалізацію дітей. Ми вчимо їх бути в соціумі.
Надо открывать такие центры. Тут общение. Нашим детям надо общение. И чтобы все видели и знали, что есть такие дети.
Меня зовут Вика, мне 6 лет. Я люблю читать, писать цифры и буквы. Я родилась, когда стреляли, но мне было не страшно, потому что со мной была рядом мама. Я хочу в школу, потому что я люблю учиться. Когда я вырасту, я стану учительницей.
Из-за пластика вымирает много черепах, потому что они думают, что пластиковые одноразовые пакеты – это медузы, которыми они питаются.
Сьогодні ми поговоримо про екологічні проблеми. Як кожен із нас може потрошку їх вирішувати. Сейчас молодеет это движение, потому что мы имеем больше информации, мы можем больше рассказать. Ученики 5 класса очень осознанно ее восприняли, начали даже где-то высаживать какие-то саженцы.
Мне больше всего запомнилось про сестер из Бали, как они убирали пляж. Не каждый взрослый человек на такое способен.
Это необычный, современный формат урока, чтобы показать детям, что изменения начинаются с каждого из нас.
Look closely. Really closely. Deep into the eyes of a child. See their hope. And ours too. Whoever she is, wherever he lives, every child deserves a childhood. That's why UNICEF is there, for each and every child. Working day in, day out, in 190 countries and territories, reaching the hardest to reach, the furthest from help. It's why we stay to the end and never give up. Will you stand with us?
Stand with us. Stand with us. Stand with us.
For every child.
У мене є рідний брат Олександр, він працює в МНС і він займався саме ліквідаціями пожеж. Тому я не з чуток знаю, як важко було людям. Ми вирішили відновити ліси, які постраждали внаслідок пожеж. Ми висадили вже понад 1000 саджанців. Мої однокласники та деякі вчителі також брали в цьому участь. На центральній площі ми висадили 30 декоративних яблунь. Вони дуже приємно пахнуть, і через 20 або 30 років мені буде приємно ходити по цьому парку та дивитися на дерева, які ми садили. Ця справа не закінчиться одним роком, а буде продовжувати жити.
Раньше не было воды, и мы ходили через все село набирать на колонки.
Редко-редко сюда доходила вода, только утром, и только если ты попадешь, мы и грязные ложились, бо не хватало воды. Баллон 38 ты принесешь, или покушать готов, бо многодетная семья, 6 человек, или стирай что-нибудь одно.
Готовили только на покупной воде. Стирка была только в том случае, если вода идет с нормальным напором, потому что машинки ломались.
Сети, построенные в 60-е и 70-е годы, были в аварийном состоянии. На данный момент выполнено строительство водонапорной башни 25 метров кубических. Также предоставлены материалы для ремонта существующих сетей водоснабжения.
Поменяли трубы, поставили башню. Сейчас в любой момент можно взять, напиться, хозяйство накормить, огород полить.
Сейчас есть вода, и это очень хорошо.
Из-за пластика вымирает много черепах, потому что они думают, что пластиковые одноразовые пакеты – это медузы, которыми они питаются.
Сьогодні ми поговоримо про екологічні проблеми. Як кожен із нас може потрошку їх вирішувати. Сейчас молодеет это движение, потому что мы имеем больше информации, мы можем больше рассказать. Ученики 5 класса очень осознанно ее восприняли, начали даже где-то высаживать какие-то саженцы.
Мне больше всего запомнилось про сестер из Бали, как они убирали пляж. Не каждый взрослый человек на такое способен.
Это необычный современный формат урока, чтобы показать детям, что изменения начинаются с каждого из нас.
Меня зовут Вика, мне 6 лет, я люблю читать, писать цифры и буквы. Я родилась, когда стреляли, но мне было не страшно, потому что со мной была рядом мама. Я хочу в школу, потому что я люблю учиться. Когда я вырасту, я стану учительницей.
У нас такой возможности раньше не было, а сейчас без проблем. Я могу его привезти, оставить на специалистов и пойти решать свои проблемы.
Батьки, які виховують дітей з інвалідністю, дуже чекали таких послуг для своїх діток. Належним чином не було це все організовано в громаді, а тепер у нас можна сказати, що ми одна з громад Донецької області, яка може похизуватись тим, що ми тепер відкриті для таких сімей.
Діяльність кіндер-клабу, вона спрямована перш за все на соціалізацію дітей. Ми вчимо їх бути в соціумі.
Надо открывать такие центры. Тут общение. Нашим детям надо общение. И чтобы все видели и знали, что есть такие дети.
Краще спитайте, хто ми є зараз, а не ким хочемо стати. Ми – нове покоління людей, і нам є що сказати. Свобода думок – це ідея зараз як вірус. Цей маніфест для тих, кому 18-. Тобі 6 чи 16? Це не важливо скільки.
Цей дзвінок нарешті для тебе, а не для вчительки.
Це життя. Тут нема ані завуча, ані директора. А слова, про які ти шкодуєш, уже не замажеш коректором.
Тут вчать не стояти біля дошки, а стояти за себе. І щоб сказати, що думаєш, руку тягнути не треба.
Нарешті реально важливі домашні завдання. Знати власні права від першого і до останнього.
Тут іспит щодня і вірно вчинити непросто. Тут вчитись потрібно не тільки дітям, але й дорослим.
Якщо хочеш поруч іти, не потрібно тягнути за руку. Якщо хочеш довіри, не заходь до кімнати без стуку.
Не сприймати дитину всерйоз – це як мінімум дико. Хто сказав, що рівень свободи залежить від віку?
В нас відкриті серця, свіжий погляд, розбиті коліна. Все можливо, тобі все під силу, коли ти дитина. А як хтось тобі скаже, що все це звучить по-дитячому, посміхнись і скажи: ну окей, ми це ще побачимо.
Коли він прийшов у наше життя, він був замкнений, а ми стривожені. Він ділився своїми печалями через папір, а ми оточували його любов'ю. Він навчився довіряти нам, і його світ змінився з чорного на кольоровий. Ми бачимо, що турбота змінює.
Раньше не было воды, и мы ходили через все село набирать на колонки.
Редко-редко сюда доходила вода, только утром, и только если ты попадешь, мы и грязные ложились, бо не хватало воды. Баллон 38 ты принесешь, или покушать готов, бо многодетная семья, 6 человек, или стирай что-нибудь одно.
Готовили только на покупной воде. Стирка была только в том случае, если вода идет с нормальным напором, потому что машинки ломались.
Сети, построенные в 60-е и 70-е годы, были в аварийном состоянии. На данный момент выполнено строительство водонапорной башни 25 метров кубических. Также предоставлены материалы для ремонта существующих сетей водоснабжения.
Поменяли трубы, поставили башню. Сейчас в любой момент можно взять, напиться, хозяйство накормить, огород полить.
Сейчас есть вода, и это очень хорошо.
У мене є рідний брат Олександр, він працює в МНС і він займався саме ліквідаціями пожеж. Тому я не з чуток знаю, як важко було людям. Ми вирішили відновити ліси, які постраждали внаслідок пожеж. Ми висадили вже понад 1000 саджанців. Мої однокласники та деякі вчителі також брали в цьому участь. На центральній площі ми висадили 30 декоративних яблунь. Вони дуже приємно пахнуть, і через 20 або 30 років мені буде приємно ходити по цьому парку та дивитися на дерева, які ми садили. ця справа не закінчиться одним роком, а буде продовжувати жити.
Из-за пластика вымирает много черепах, потому что они думают, что пластиковые одноразовые пакеты — это медузы, которыми они питаются.
Сьогодні ми поговоримо про екологічні проблеми. Як кожен із нас може потрошку їх вирішувати. Сейчас молодеет это движение, потому что мы имеем больше информации, мы можем больше рассказать. Ученики 5 класса очень осознанно ее восприняли, начали даже где-то высаживать какие-то саженцы.
Мне больше всего запомнилось про сестер из Бали, как они убирали пляж. Не каждый взрослый человек на такое способен.
Это необычный современный формат урока, чтобы показать детям, что изменения начинаются с каждого из нас.
Пані та панове, далі у рамках саміту «Діти»
Ladies and gentlemen, further on in the summit, children we will speak about protection of childhood. UNICEF is trying to protect young people and children, in particular with disability, jointly with the government. And the idea of this constructive involvement of young people in the processes directly affecting their future is changing the attitude towards perception of young people as valuable partners in dialogues, programs and initiatives.
Пані та панове, я запрошую на цю сцену
So let me invite the UNICEF envoy on inclusion issues, Yanis Magdavis. You're welcome.
Hello. Before I start with my keynote, I need to tell you something personal about me. Because when you look at me, you might notice something. You maybe think, well, he needs a lot of time in his daily life. And yes, that's true. It's a very time-consuming activity every day, every morning, for my hairstyle. Oh my goodness. And I will come back later to this example, because I would like to use the time now to speak about characteristics. But first of all, I would like to say happy birthday. Happy birthday to UNICEF. Happy birthday to every child in this nation. Happy birthday, basically, to any child in this world. And I'm very honored to have the opportunity to speak here today, to speak about my vision concerning social inclusion. And if we are talking about social inclusion, I'm convinced we have to talk about mentality, about stigma, about culture. And we have to talk about how can we succeed to reach every single person in the society. Because inclusion is not something that we can form here on the stage or in politics. Inclusion, it's about the belief of everyone in this society. And I'm convinced we can only reach everybody in this society when we talk about positive examples, positive stories that can show what else can be possible. I would really like to use the time now to talk about stories and to talk about characteristics. Because what really is the difference between us? Is it that I'm sitting in this wheelchair? Okay. Really? Is the difference that I'm sitting on the ground now, not able to move? Well, really? What really is the difference? I'm convinced that every single person on this planet is identified by different characteristics. For example, in my case, my blonde hair, or my blue eyes, or that I'm from Germany, or that I work as a speaker and UNICEF ambassador on social inclusion. And somewhere in this list, of course, I have to state I was born without arms and legs. But you know, for me, this is only one point on a very long list of characteristics. But when it comes to an outside view, when I speak with other people, the belief is that a disability is on the first place of this list. But that's wrong. A disability is only one point, one characteristic on a very long list that identifies people. I would like to talk about my story a little bit. About a story, what is possible when you think and when you really believe in inclusion. Because when I was a child, I never realized that I was different. In fact, I always felt like a normal child, like everybody else. When I was a child, I wanted to become a motorcycle policeman. And I was sure that I would become a motorcycle policeman later. I never doubted it. I never doubted that I had the chance to become a motorcycle policeman. Of course, I was aware that I didn't have arms and legs. Of course, I was aware that I drove a bright yellow wheelchair, but for me, it didn't make any difference. For me, it didn't have any relevance. And the good thing is, all the children, all my friends who were around me in the kindergarten, they also didn't see the difference. And that's what I realize until today. Children don't see the difference. Of course, children are curious. Of course, when I meet children for the first time, they are curious and they have curious questions to ask. What can you do with the wheelchair? How fast can it go? And you know how cool this is. And if you manage to answer those curious questions in a very honest way, children don't see the difference anymore. It's us, the adults, the education, who teach the mindset of differences. And that's why I would like to highlight that it is urgent to start the inclusive mindset right from the beginning. Every single second we are waiting. Every single second a child has to be separated in an institution. We are losing a chance. We are losing the chance of a younger generation, of a generation that thinks in an inclusive way. I grew up with my foster parents. And my foster parents always wanted me to raise up as normal as possible, but also as independent as possible. My parents always encouraged me and they empowered me, they supported me, and they always told me, Jannis, your missing arms and legs should never be the reason not to do something. It is about the support. But if you don't have this chance of being supported by your family, by parents, no matter if they are biological parents or foster parents, if you don't have this support, you're facing a much higher risk of living a life separated from the rest of the society. And in my case, of course, my world was destroyed at one point. My world was destroyed first by my own perception, but also by the real world around me. The real world which suddenly seemed to tell me, you are not normal. You have a disability, like a stamp, you know, like a mark. You have a disability. You need to be excluded. You need to be separated. But why was this separation made because of that? Why do we make a separation because of a disability? Why don't we make a separation by the color of our hair? Who decided this? By chance, it happened that I was born without arms and legs. This is nothing I am responsible for, or anybody else in this world is responsible for. This just happened. We need to talk about how can we support children and their parents and their communities. My world was destroyed when I was 8 years old. I was at our home, and our home was not barrier-free. So I had to move around without my wheelchair, and then this morning we have been in a hurry, and I was jumping on the ground to move forward a little bit faster, and suddenly I looked into the new mirror, and I was shocked, because this was the first time I realized, well, you only have a body consisting only of a torso and a head. My dream of becoming a motorcycle policeman was destroyed in a second. But not only by my own perception, but also by the world around me. And I started to fight against my own body, to fight against myself, because I just wanted one thing. I just wanted to live a normal life, like everybody else, like my friends in the school. But was that asking too much? I started to hide myself because I was ashamed of my own body. I started to only sit in my wheelchair because as long as I'm sitting in the wheelchair, I don't have to show too much about how I move. And when I was 17 years old, so after 9 years of fighting against myself, I asked myself, what life do you want to live? Do you want to live the life of someone fighting against himself? Or do you want to live the life of someone following his own dreams? And I made the most important decision of my life. When I was 17, I decided to really appreciate my body, to really appreciate myself, who I am. And this changed my life completely. I'm very glad that my way and all the people who accompanied me along the way has brought me here, even onto this stage at the National Summit. But this could only happen because we all thought and believed in the opportunities and the benefits. If we are talking about inclusion, we are talking too much about the deficit. We are talking too much about the problems that could occur. And of course, there are many problems and there are many things to be done. But I would really like to see that we switch our deficit-oriented view towards a positive-oriented approach. Because I'm convinced an inclusive society is a society without limits. I'm convinced that when we understand what potential lies in treating everybody equal, what potential we have when we really manage to use all the skills and competences inside of our society, then we are a society without limits. And in concern of this, I actually have a vision. Because I want to live in a world where the characteristics that distinguish us do not lead to distinction. I want to live in a world where everybody has the same chances right from the beginning. No matter how we look like, no matter where we come from, no matter of our gender, no matter if we have a disability or if we don't. I want to live in a world where we understood that the difference is our equality. And I'm very grateful for the days I was here in Ukraine. Thanks to the invitation of UNICEF, we made a little tour in Kiev. And I've seen many things around this country. First of all, we had very good discussions about inclusion. And let me say just some few words about what I think inclusion means. Because inclusion is about being there, participate, and to contribute to societal relevant processes for everybody. This is inclusion. And I think this also shows that the discussion around accessibility and barrier-free environment, of course, it's a very good discussion. But accessibility is only the first step. It's only the preparatory step. Inclusion starts when everything is accessible. Inclusion only starts when everybody has the chance to sit at the table, when everybody has the chance to really contribute to societal relevant processes. Unfortunately, today is my last day here in Ukraine. And I would like to draw a little conclusion, because I'm leaving on the one hand side with a lot of hope. And on the other hand side, I'm leaving with a very strong feeling of urgency. Urgent actions need to be done. Why do I leave with hope? First of all, I leave with hope because during the last days I've met with many activists in Kiev. First of all, to mention Lina Deshwa. I would really like to thank you here, she's sitting here, a very strong activist on deinstitutionalization and on inclusive. Thank you very much. I have also met the Paralympic sportsmen and sportswomen of the Ukraine. People who are internationally awarded. People who have a very strong voice. And I'm convinced that they have the chance to lead the way as positive examples in this nation, in this country. But you know, this is not enough. I would really like to see all those people in every TV program of this country. I would like to see all those people in every newspapers of this country. And not somewhere on page 10 or 20, no, on the first page. That's what inclusion means. I want to see people with disabilities in every single position of a city, in every single position of a society. No matter if we are talking about judges, about lawyers, about police officers. This is inclusion. And this gives me a lot of hope to see that there are many people with strong voices. And of course, my talk, my speech in the parliament, together with Lina, and thank you very much again for this, gives me a lot of hope as well. Because what we saw is that all the parliamentarians stood up and gave standing ovations. And I think it's a good sign. But you know, we should not stop at this point. This can only be the first step. And now we need to take action. Because standing ovations alone don't change anything. Of course, it's good to see people united, politicians united. But we need to remember everyone in this country, what we are talking about, because inclusion is not a topic of social task. It's a topic about rights. The Ukraine has also signed the UN Convention on the Rights of People with Disabilities. And I think we should remember ourselves and we should remember everyone in this society what this means. That we are talking about rights. The rights of people with disabilities. And last but not least, we discussed a lot about possible ways. We discussed about positive things, positive examples. Like in Kiev, for example, the low-floor buses, which is a very good progress in the last years. But we also discussed that inclusion is not just about ending an unfair system. It is about creating a new system, creating a better one, creating a fair system and a fair vision. And my vision personally is that I want to live in a society where we understood that the difference is our equality. That having equal opportunities means nothing other than everyone has the right to oh my goodness, now my English is lost. That everyone has the right to need something different. I want to live in a society where we understood that people don't have a disability. It's the environment who disables the people. Thank you very much.
Дякуємо. Дякуємо. Пані та панове,
Dear ladies and gentlemen, still ahead we have a series of highly important and informative dialogues between journalists and experts, and we will discuss there the issue of youth, children policy related to social policy for children and youth. And we will also discuss the reality of the last 2 years, like COVID-19 and the pandemic. That's all we're going to speak about today, together with the participants of our discussion. And the first discussion is going to be dedicated to the right to family as a fundamental right of every child. Then we'll move over to the next discussion about the right to equal opportunities, because children get into poverty more frequently than adults. And it's not just about lack of money, but about access to opportunities that develop a child and his or her vision. And then we will also have a very important dialogue dedicated to the right to health through the prism of the COVID-19 pandemic. The healthcare problems have become more acute, and therefore we will discuss these issues. So let me invite to the stage the participants of the first discussion. This is the discussion dedicated to the right to family, fundamental right of every family, because it's only in the family that a child can develop on a full-fledged basis and be happy. Let me invite the journalist Svitka Berezivska and the head of the UNICEF Child Protection Program, Naira Avetesyan. You're welcome. Good afternoon. So all day long I've been listening about very important things in the field of child protection, but I would like to tell one story to Naira. I am a social journalist, and I deal with the topics of reform of boarding schools, preservation of families for children, and for 3 mornings in a row, I start with the messages of a mother from Khmelnytsk region who has many children. She has 4 children, and she writes every morning, "Please help me for my 4 children to stay at home and not to be taken to the boarding school. I have a financial crisis. I don't have some benefits paid by the state. But when I addressed the social service, I was told that, okay, if you cannot cope with your children, give your children away." So it's a cry on her side, cry for help. And I realized that she is writing to the reporter, to the journalist, when I'm just the last resort. She's addressed everyone, all the volunteers, officials. And we have had the reform of boarding schools for 4 years, and we speak about support of families, but here is a specific case. So what do we have to do? And Naira, what do you think? Why do we still have stories like this? Why is our reform a little bit slow, and when we will be able to change this in Ukraine, as you think?
Thank you for this very important question. I've been working in Ukraine, soon it will be 4 years I'm in Ukraine, and one thing that is evident is that still Ukraine heavily depends on the old system for child protection and child care, which is institutional care. Unfortunately, in the mindset of many stakeholders, many professionals, even social service providers, the only solution for a family that is at-risk situation or facing a challenge because of poverty, because of domestic violence, etc., the only solution is seen as placement of a child in an institutional care. And that's a big, big challenge. It's a big challenge for the family itself, it's a challenge for the community and for the society in general. And to change this situation, first thing we have to do is, first of all, to change the mindset of people. Change the mindset of all people at all levels, starting from family to community leaders, to teachers, to healthcare providers, social workers, but also to politicians who should understand that no single institution, even if it's a five-star hotel with the best staff, best caring and professional staff, can replace a loving and caring family for the child. And in order to keep the child within the family, to meet the best interest of the child, one definitely has to provide support to the family. Ukraine has wealth of benefits system, and I always talk about this to my colleagues because this is the, I'm with UNICEF, soon it will be 20 years, I'm with UNICEF in different parts of the world, in different countries, mainly working on child protection, but also on disability issues. And what I have seen is that unfortunately, instead of looking into investing in families with more targeted support, investing through benefit system, but also through provision of social services, social support to families at risk, what we do is just we distribute those benefits and we think that's enough for them. And Ukraine, in my experience, is the only country that has more than 130-something types of benefits and 40-something categories. Does it mean we are really reaching those that need this support? I'm not sure, because to me, benefit systems should be targeted, should be temporary very often. Of course, we are talking about universal benefit system when it comes to child benefit system, etc. But it should be more targeted, tailored to the needs of specific families. And what is missing for families like the one you mentioned is really targeting support. Targeted support should be done through social services, through accompanying those families to make sure that they have access to education. And last year, I think today it was Minister of Social Policy that mentioned the case. Last year, because of COVID lockdown, overnight 42,000 children were just sent back home without preparing their families. And those were, many of them were children who hadn't been to their family for several years, who had no ties and links to their families. And what we ended up with was children returning to families where there was violence, there was abuse, there was neglect, but also many returned to extremely poor families where there was no even table for a child to do lessons. And of course, I'm not talking about different gadgets that are required for distance education. And our reaction was, what should we do for those children? And together with partners, the first reaction was really to do assessment of situation of around 3,500 children in 5 regions. And what we found out, yes, poverty is one of the reasons why children end up in institutional care. And unfortunately, when we talk about internet system in Ukraine, we often think of special education institutions for children with disabilities, but we know we have a large number of institutions for socially vulnerable, so-called social orphans, who are not orphans because they have at least one family. So what is really needed is to shift our attention from institutional care more to community development programs, to developments of social services, and to more child and family-centered approach in social protection, and more targeted approach. I think we are already there, but in terms of vision, but it's an action in progress, but it will take time. It will not happen overnight. And what I see is that more and more communities, more and more local authorities understand the importance of creating social services. And what is missing in general, and I had been talking about this for almost 3 years, is that to make sure that all the ongoing reforms are not implemented in parallel, that they are somehow working together, supporting or working towards child and the family, because we have ongoing decentralization reform, we have deinstitutionalization reform, health reform, education reform, etc. And they are all implemented in parallel, and by the end of the day, they are addressing the needs of people living in the community. So most probably the first solution would be to make sure at the highest level that there is a vision for children and families in this country, and that all the reforms should be, first of all, targeting people. Because, as Yanis mentioned, we need to create an inclusive society, and for this, we really need the reforms working for people, but not being implemented on their own without having clear vision for whom and how they are going to be implemented. I hope I answered to your question.
Yes, you have answered my question. Thank you. I'm just interested in your assessment. You know that the reform of boarding schools, institutional reform, is slow, and we still have about 70,000 children who are actually growing up in their boarding schools. They get education there. They sometimes go to their parents, but not often. So what about our situation as compared to the situation in the neighboring countries, in other countries, which somehow cope with this situation, and what would you advise to us?
Again, to me, the situation is really complicated because we have different types of institutions, around 700-something institutions under the administration of different ministries. We have institutions under the administration of Ministry of Social Welfare or Social Policy. We have institutions under the administration of Ministry of Education, so-called boarding schools or internats, and of course, we have baby homes under the administration of Health. What happened in many countries in this region is, since institutional care is a kind of child welfare, child protection issue, all those institutions were, first of all, brought under one umbrella, under one administration. That was number one step. And of course, in a situation of Ukraine where we have really large number, around 351, I guess, different boarding schools under the administration of education, what is really important to do is maybe to separate the function for protection and care from function to education, or for education. Because majority of those children, what they need is access to education for children that are in institutions under the Ministry of Education. But because of limited access to education in their communities, what we are providing is, we are telling, hey family, you have no other solution than to send your child maybe 200 kilometers, 300 kilometers away from home, just to live in an institution, because we cannot afford granting your child access to education within your own community. And it's not always about inclusive education. It's about the will. Yes, for many children with disabilities, of course, the country heavily depends on specialized system of education. Again, this could be provided without full board, without keeping children there, at least sending them on weekends. And we hadn't made any effort to do that. And this is one challenge. The second challenge, as I mentioned, without having family support services, daycare centers, for example, for children with disabilities, early intervention centers, early identification system in place, or prevention programs for violence against children, domestic violence, that will really make sure that there is support to the family that is in crisis, there is a support to family that has stress, and then this is not reflected on the overall health and well-being of the child. It's difficult really to implement. So the institutionalization definitely needs a few key priorities in this country. First one is changing the mindset of people, shifting from Soviet mentality that state and institutions are the best place to provide care and support to families. The second one is, of course, making sure that all reforms work together so that communities really prioritize services for vulnerable families, for poor families, for families of children with disabilities, and creating those network of integrated social services that will address the multiple needs of families living in the communities. And the third one is to make sure that all professionals working with children have clear understanding what is the best interest of the child, and to make decisions not just because they have to protect the rights of staff living, working in institutions, This is also important, but also to protect the rights of children. And what the other countries have done in the neighborhood, and Ukraine is still lacking behind, and this is the reason also why the institutionalization reform didn't happen. In many countries, we were not talking about closure of institutions. We were talking about transforming those institutions into services for families. We were talking about individual plan for each child, individual plan for each institution, for each employee in that institution, so that employees do not feel threatened that they'll be kicked out to the street. And of course, we don't end up in a situation where we close the institution and just send children back to community without providing them access to health, access to education or rehabilitation. And this is what's happening, unfortunately. I know I was among the first ones also with our partners, with NGO partners, fighting against those who stopped the deinstitutionalization reform in the country, because I believe children cannot wait. Children cannot wait until Ukraine will come up with a comprehensive system to ensure social services for every family that is in need, but also children cannot wait until Ukraine will implement those reforms. Because by the end of the day, Ukraine has a good strategy on the institutionalization based on international standards, based on UN guidelines on alternative childcare. But what is missing is accountability. And people should be held accountable, all stakeholders, why they hadn't done what they committed to do, because there are international commitments, there are commitments under the Convention on the Rights of a Child, under the Convention on the Rights of Persons with Disabilities, and those conventions, those international treaties and treaty bodies affiliated to those conventions are demanding that all the commitments are met, and Ukraine is showing progressive realization of rights of children, including children with disabilities.
Пані Наїра, от ви дуже правильно сказали.
Thank you, Naira. You've been right in saying that children cannot wait.
У мене ще одне питання.
And I've got one more question. Child houses or daycare houses. We actually intended to have a reform to reorganize these houses, not to have little babies there, infants there under the age of 3 who are affected the most as a result of staying in an institution and not in a family. And I've heard from the minister a very shocking figure that per 300, that the figure has increased by 300 of children. And we were supposed to send these children to families and not to institutions. So what do you think we should do to at least at least protect those little babies, the smallest, and to find families?
First of all, I mean, especially those days, I'm talking a lot about impact of institutionalization on development, on brain development of young children. There is global evidence. There are series of Lancet articles, international research about serious impact on development of brain and development of cognitive development, emotional development of every single child, young child below 3 or below 5, placed in institutional care. There is enough evidence. What is really strange to me to see that many stakeholders do not care about this. They still believe that if they have good staff working in baby homes, and they have more staff, like we have seen even like 10 staff per one child, which is even higher than international standards, they believe that this will help to stimulate child growth and development. It will never do that. And the reason why we are not having good results is, first of all, I didn't talk about this, but prevention is a must. And my international experience shows that you can get children out of the doors, they will come from windows because there is a demand. Because parents have no means. You have too many single mothers who abandon their children because there's no one working with them. Because in reproductive health services, there's no counseling for those mothers, and there's no child abandonment prevention program as in many parts of the world. Also, we have seen worsening situation because of COVID lockdown, and COVID heavily hits the economy of every country, including Ukraine. So the poverty is increasing, families have no means, and the only solution they have have is really to refer their child. What is really interesting about Ukraine, if you look into the number of children, parents deprived of parental rights whose children are in institutions, is not that high, which means that parents are placing their children temporarily in an institution, hoping that if they are given further support, they will take their children back. This is a sign. Unfortunately, no one deals with those families. And the little experience that we have through different pilot projects shows that if you work with this family, if you ensure job opportunity for those mothers and fathers, if you provide further support to the family, they will overcome all the hardships they had, and they will take their children back. So for Ukraine, really, to have the moratorium being implemented for baby home transformation, first of all, we need to create, to support biological families, to prevent placement of children, but also family reintegration, but also to think of alternative family care options. Unfortunately, family-type alternative care is really limited in Ukraine. We have very little number of short-term foster care families that will deal with emergency cases when there is a need for temporary placement, but also we have a limited number of other types of family care, like long-term fostering, small group homes, etc. The numbers are not enough. So in order to address this issue, definitely country needs to develop quickly alternative care, and it's possible. And we are talking about family-type alternative care because one clarification, institutional care is also alternative care, but it's the worst. It's the last resort for every child. So for transformation of baby homes to happen, one has to definitely need of prevention, creation of alternative care options, and family reunification as much as it's possible for as many children as possible. So that would be my proposal. And we are trying to work with different law ministries, bringing together Ministry of Health with Ministry of Social Welfare to address this issue, so different stakeholders. But this is not an easy solution if at community level there is no prevention. There's no support. And the last message maybe I want to give about this is that every child really needs a family. And it is important to make sure that children live in loving, caring family. I told that. But not every family is a loving, caring family. Unfortunately, several years ago, maybe around 10 years ago, UNICEF did its research, and the research was called The Familiar Face. And this is about violence against children. So unfortunately, in many parts of the world, including in Ukraine, family that is supposed to be the place where the one protecting the child, children are facing violence. So what is really important is to work with those families, to build their capacities, to make sure that we start positive parenting classes as early as possible. I would say even starting from schools, so that really young people graduating schools, graduating universities, youth really has skills and knowledge how to build relationship, how to take care of their family members, how to take care of their children, because this is also contributing to prevention, and without positive parenting skills, it's really difficult to build these relations. And COVID further aggregated this situation, so we all are affected by stress, and we can see more and more violence within the families. We can see more violence against children, so the only solution is really to build a healthy society, inclusive society, and supportive society. And the support should be around the family and the child.
Я можу сказати лише, що дякую ЮНІСЕФ.
Thank you. I would like to express my gratitude to UNICEF for controlling the most painful issues of child protection in Ukraine. Thank you for helping. I know that you've got a number of projects at which you are currently working in order to improve the situation for our children, for them to be brought up in families. Thank you. It has been my pleasure to have a talk with you. Thank you. Thank you. That was the first important dialogue that we announced. And the next dialogue, the next discussion is the right to equal opportunities. Unfortunately, children get into poverty more frequently than adults, and poverty is not only about a lack of money, but about access to equal opportunities. And let me invite Vladislav Holovin, the founder of the Project Fathers Club, the author of Books for Parents, and Natalia Borchuk, the head of social policy projects from UNICEF.
Доброго дня.
Good afternoon.
Пані Наталя,
So, Natalia,
дякую організаторам за запрошення.
first of all, I would like to express my gratitude to the organizers for having invited me. And Natalia, the problem we are going to discuss is really important and relevant, overcoming poverty. And normally this issue is discussed only as poverty in general, poverty related to all the strata of the society. Why does UNICEF pay more attention to poverty among children? Thank you for the question. Well, really, poverty among children is a special problem since it's not only poverty but also inequality, unequal opportunities are going to be the general topic of our discussion today. Since, children are born in different families, having no choice. Inequality is not only about inequality of income, it's not only about the monetary, financial problem, but it's about lost opportunities and lost dreams. As far as poverty is concerned, recently UNICEF has conducted a large-scale analytical study and has shown that, first of all, in Ukraine, though Ukraine is not an exception here, and as well as many other countries of the world, the poverty of families with children is much higher than as compared with families with no children. Also, as the head of UNICEF in Ukraine, Murat Shakhin, has mentioned today, under the effect of the COVID-19 pandemic, poverty has grown up to more than 47%. And here we again speak about families with children. A couple of more figures. First of all, the results of our study have shown that poverty is the highest among families with many children, with more than 3 children. Families where children are younger, from 0 to 3 years. And when we studied poverty among urban and rural residents, we also saw that poverty is lower only in very large megapolises, while in small towns it's close to that of rural areas. Of importance when we speak about poverty is also to remember that in Ukraine, starting with 2015-2016, the level of poverty started rapidly decreasing, and that is because of the state effort and the effort of all of us. But unfortunately, the COVID-19 pandemic there is great risks in this respect, and the level of poverty has increased again. UNICEF keeps researching poverty of children because it's not only about unequal start. Unequal start also is accompanied quite often by the environment, which does not allow you to go out of this poverty cycle. But our task is not only to show the figures, but to suggest some solutions. So I hope that such platforms as the one we are in today will become a kind of an impetus for solution search. Yeah, the figure of 47% is really impressive.
частина бідних сімей, правильно розумію?
This is the share of poor families, right? This is the share among the families with children who live before the poverty line. So it means that almost half of Ukrainian families are affected by this phenomenon. And if I do get you right, you had this study before the lockdown, right? Before the COVID pandemic. And we know it for sure that probably after that the situation became even worse. So do you have any assumptions as to how worse it has become, how aggravated it has been? Yeah, the figures we are mentioning is the most recent data. This is the data that includes the effect of COVID, and the situation has really worsened. But unfortunately, the UNICEF forecast, which we declared in April, has come true. But we also analyzed the influence of different systems of social protection, social care, and we were pleased to point out, first of all, that the system of social protection in general has enabled more than 1 million families in Ukraine to stay above the poverty line, and only the social support programs for families with children ensured that more than 150,000 children were not under the poverty line. It has been mentioned today a couple of times that attention should be paid not only to the families that are below the poverty line, but also to the families which are above the poverty line, but run the risk of getting into the extremely poor families. In our study, we also focused on the analysis of the challenges, and also we analyzed the solutions, and we offered 10 possible solutions as to how poverty of children could be reduced in Ukraine. And you know, UNICEF slogan is for every child, which means equal start for every child in his or her life. And we don't want this lottery at birth to predetermine the future of the child. It's really important, primarily for the state, but not only for the state, because poverty is a comprehensive problem. So it's important for the state and for everyone to be involved, to involve the civil society, private sector, international organizations, because only by joint effort can we ensure reduction of poverty, in particular among children. And as UNICEF, we keep stressing that poverty is not only about violation of child's rights, but poverty also has a great economic negative consequence, because, you know, a child growing in poverty will run greater risks of staying poor in the future. This also affects competitive ability of the economy, of development of the state, and many other fields, because poverty is the problem which has something to do with almost every aspect and every domain. That's why it's important to really ensure this comprehensive approach, and we hope that such platforms will allow us to unite the society around this problem and around looking for solutions. And probably we need to speak in greater detail about such things, because one of the solutions which I remember voiced in that study was the economic policy that will manage to increase the GDP of the country, and that will have a direct impact on overcoming poverty, including poverty among children. But that is the issue which depends probably more on the government and on a great number of stakeholders. And it's really difficult to do something in this direction. So let us speak about some other ways of overcoming poverty. What could be done by NGOs, by civil society, by business? What could they all do to improve this situation? Before I give the answer to your question, I would just like to mention a couple of other points, because our today's topic is equal opportunities. So let me show where this inequality lies. First, let's speak about education. The recent PISA international study conducted in Ukraine among students of high school has shown that there is a great gap, great differences in the performance among students of rural and urban schools, and also students of ordinary secondary schools and lyceums, grammar schools. Let me just give one figure. The difference between the average statistical student of a rural school and urban school is considerable and is about 2.5 years of training. Of studies. Also, there is an inequality in access to services, educational services, as I've already mentioned, healthcare services, because not everyone can get access to these services. And this is not just about access, but this is also about the quality of those services. And to answer your question concerning the search for solutions, I would like to say that poverty is not just a financial monetary problem. It's a multi-aspect, comprehensive problem. And if we speak about an integrated, comprehensive approach, we need to realize that it should include both improvement of access to basic services for every child in Ukraine, a child living in a mountainous area, a child living in the Ryan Center, a child living in Kyiv, because even children living in large cities are, well, among them, there are also some children who face the different types of deprivation. And in our study, we also analyzed the inequality in deprivation, and we saw not just two figures, I mean, not just inequality in accessing the infrastructure. 22% of rural students, rural school children, do not have their daily connection to the town or city with good infrastructure. But also children in cities may face some problems like pollution. And our study has also shown availability of the problem of lack of housing area. And during COVID-19, it became a real problem. And as far as decisions are concerned, the first solution here could be education. Many UNICEF analysts claim that education remains almost the only socially effective lift in the state. Another pilot is a social care system, effective social care system. In Ukraine, we have a good universal program of support provision to children at birth. Universal coverage is something many countries are heading for. Ukraine has already got this program, which has been functioning for quite a period of time. But it's also important to understand that these benefits have not been revised since 2014. That's why monthly payments made to families do not actually provide for the subsistence minimum for a family, in particular when that is a single mother. So no indexation happening since 2014. Right here, no indexation, and we hope that by joint effort we somehow ensure further development of this program, because UNICEF analytical data shows that this program has the largest effect on overcoming poverty in this category of people, families with children. Why? Because that is not a targeted program, but that is a universal coverage program. Benefits are paid to all the families where children are born, and benefits are paid for 3 years. Since families with little children are most vulnerable, and normally the mother or the father doesn't work, and therefore this is a universal program, but it is perceived as a fair program by the society, because it's really not easy to bring up a child. And this requires some support, and families hope for the state support. As far as involvement not only of the state is concerned, so your question was about the private sector, civil society, business. So this may well refer to ensuring access to high-quality services for every child, healthcare services, educational services, and this may also refer to private sector in terms of ensuring decent labor remuneration and decent conditions of work that are favorable for families with children. Recently, some positive changes have occurred because certain legislative acts have been passed that kind of equalize, level up opportunities for taking care of the child for the father and for the mother. That's a positive step forward, but still a lot of things need to be done. My assumption is that if we speak about large business and about the involvement of the state, when we speak about the development of territories, construction, it's not always the case that this issue is really somehow linked to access to kindergartens and schools. And we know a lot of examples when large areas of buildings are built, and then it appears that these young families and children don't have some vacancies in schools, in kindergartens, and there may be 40 children in the class at school. Of course, that has a negative impact on the quality of education. So I guess that here the business has some role to play, and civil society can also encourage construction of more kindergartens and schools. Yes, that's true. That is one of the possible steps and directions. And we know that over the recent years, many positive changes have occurred, aiming to ensure improvement of the situation. You know, we have a paradox. When children in rural areas sometimes don't have access to high-quality preschool education, but at the same time, in urban areas, families sometimes have to stand in long queues, in inverted commas, asking to accept their child to a good school. But as many speakers have already mentioned today, we cannot stop at this point because there are still a lot of issues to be settled. And as far as education is concerned, that is particularly relevant now during the pandemic. The pandemic is still going on, and UNICEF at the global level is stressing that schools and kindergartens should be open as much as possible, because online studies is not a full-fledged replacement, substitution of offline studies. And we can already clearly see it, and you know, UNICEF is monitoring the situation, that online studies have affected the most vulnerable families and children where parents probably didn't have enough time to pay attention to their children and their studies because of their great load. It's not that you always have access to high-quality internet, computers, or some technical facilities. That's why already now it's important to think it over how to help those children in the future, for them to keep up, not to stay, not to lag behind. Thank you, Natalia. Thank you for all your answers. I hope that the dialogue, further dialogue, will help us solve those problems. Thank you. Thank you. And I really hope that this lottery at birth will not predetermine the future of the child, and by joint effort we will manage to improve the life of each and every child in Ukraine. Thank you.
Дякуємо. Надзвичайно
Thank you. A very important and informative talk. And let's listen to one more important dialogue about the right to health. Due to the COVID pandemic, the problems of the healthcare system in Ukraine, as well as throughout the world, have become more aggravated. So let's discuss this problem with Serhiy Grishchak, doctor, neurosurgeon, director of the Children's City Polyclinic number 6 from Odessa, and Katerina Bulavinova, medical expert of UNICEF.
І бажаємо змістовної
Welcome.
дискусії.
Першу фразу я взагалі не почув. Потім вже того, що Владислава закінчити, тоді вже почув.
Ну, це проєктна робота, тобто там попише...
Дякую.
Один з найуспішніших лікарів України.
So you're one of the most successful doctors of Ukraine. What would you like the healthcare system to be like in 2030 for children in Ukraine? What would be your vision? What changes would you like to have? Thank you for saying that I am a good doctor. You know,
Те, що, мабуть, болить мене зараз, так? Я хотів,
I feel frustrated about several problems, and I would like these problems to disappear in the future. So the major pain in the neck is vaccination. I'm already tired of speaking about that, but if you think that everything is already clear with vaccination, I need to repeat 1,000 times these things. So my dream is that we don't waste time on speaking to parents or somebody else in order to convince them. It would be good if we had communication like this. Hello, good morning. You are registered for vaccination today? And the answer would be, yes, we will come. And that will relieve the tension, both for the doctor and for the parents and generally for the society. And there will be no broadcasts like or TV shows like vaccination is the evil thing or something like this. And those anti-vaccination campaigns will be something very strange. That would be my vision for the future. And will we have epidemics, I mean polio epidemics or something else? No. And when we speak about polio, that will be like this. We will just forget about it in the future, what polio is. Measles, tuberculosis, diphtheria, so we will forget about it. It's my dream. What do you think is really important for the health of children in Ukraine? Since I'm the head of the Children's City Polyclinic number 6 of Odessa, I would like to say that prevention is always the key thing. It's always cheaper than treatment. That's why I would actually take the most effort to ensure prevention, early identification of some problems. And if these problems appear, also, I would advocate early intervention, the direction which we already have in Odessa region, in our children's polyclinics. And we see a great demand from parents because, well, that enables them to earlier interfere into the problem and to improve the situation, and that the child and the family will only benefit from this, because this is not just child-centered but family-centered activity. Everybody will benefit as a result of that. And can you explain what it is? Because it's not always the case that even doctors know what it means, family-centered. Well, the family is in the center. It's all simple. For example, one of the visions of our polyclinic is that if a family or a child somehow gets to our polyclinic, we pay all the attention to every specific person. If we speak about early intervention, we cannot somehow affect the condition of the child if we don't work with the family. That's why early intervention is substantial direction currently available abroad, and we also have some signs of that.
нема системного підходу.
But we don't have any systemic, comprehensive approach. So I'm really happy that the Ministry of Social Policy and the Ministry of Health start paying more and more attention to that. And when there was the UNICEF initiative, community-friendly to children and youth in Odessa, we just had one room back then in our polyclinic, but now we are already a center. We provide some training courses. We need to understand that early identification stands for early identification of some pathologies, or if the pathologies cannot be identified, then at least you can somehow be on alert in order to respond whenever it's necessary. For me, good pediatrics is about effective management.
Звідки вони візьмуться в педіатрії?
Where from are we going to take these effective managers in pediatrics? How do we arrange things for us to have so many people as you, like you? Well, that is a very tricky question. I don't know even what to start with. Well, you cannot be born an inborn manager. Maybe there are some features, but that is all about skills. And you, of course, need to get some skills somewhere. Therefore, these schools of transformation are important. And I would like to express my gratitude to UNICEF, because it was there that I came to understand during the transformation schools when I got there for the first time that I understood that that is kind of a club of interest, and there are so many people like me. That is great. That is cool. That is about training, about communication, borrowing somebody's experience from abroad. That is the process of evolution. That is like a school of managers, but it doesn't happen overnight, and I don't think that this can happen in the way other than evolution. What about medical leaders in pediatrics? What should they be fighting for? For early intervention, for vaccination? What are the problems? Protocol treatment, because there are a lot of questions asked by parents. A doctor is following a certain treatment methodology, but that is no longer medicine. That is awful. And the medicine of the future is evidence-based. That's for sure. And I think that this is a challenge for the managers, for the clinicians. We need to really have evidence-based medicine. What are the concerns do you have? What are the groups of children are you taking care of? Well, as I've already mentioned, I have several concerns, several problems, and actually these are children with orphan diseases, which we can see not only in our polyclinic but in other regions. But if we take it locally, we have children with diabetes mellitus, and we all understand what kind of golden standards there are available, and what gadgets we have, what sensors we have, bombs, but for some reason the state always lacks money for such families. That's why local budgets are trying to allocate some money, but that's not a systemic approach. I'm also very much concerned about orphan diseases, children with spinal muscular atrophy, and treatment is really expensive. Parents are trying to collect money through charity actions in order to save their children. I think that that should be performed at the state level, and there appear from time to time some draft laws about orphan diseases, children with orphan diseases, but they are not adopted yet. And I realized that something should be done about that, because every category of children with orphan diseases requires our state support, because local support will not help. What could you tell about the development of the healthy way of living among children? Is it about schools or is it about doctors? And if we speak about teenagers, should doctors speak to them about nutrition, or should it be done at school? Everyone should do it. Everyone should talk to them, starting with parents. And when we have this combination of parents supporting this idea, doctor who doesn't only care about vaccination or about some flus, and teachers not only caring of education. Well, we have the combination of three components of people who take care of the development of this healthy way of living. Well, that would be good, but again, there should be a systemic approach to that. Because, you know, when there appeared the School of Family Medicine, like pediatrics, and we now have family doctors, and the family doctor is like a part of the family. So he should know what the hobbies of the child are, what the child goes in for. And that's why we created in our medical information system the windows in which we have some specific information. For example, if a teenager comes to a doctor and it's written there, hobby, football or basketball, and the doctor starts communication with, and what championship did you participate? It's like a small trick, but the child really thinks, wow, you remember that. He is impressed, and it's really great. So you consider that doctors could speak to a child about football or sports. Yes, that's for sure. But now, in particular, everyone feels very much tense. I mean, everyone is afraid in the period of COVID to be asked different questions. That's why we speak only about COVID. And I really want us to find a way out of this pandemic and to get enough time for communicating not only about diseases, but about hobbies as well. Another important point in terms of communication, and we are already doing this at our polyclinic, is when a child comes, regardless of the age, the doctor treats this child as an adult. Speaks on equal terms, right? Yeah. It's like, could I do this or that? Could I have a look at your hand, at your arm? Or let's make an injection. So communication, right communication, is a good thing. You may ask for permission, not ask parents for the permission, even if it's a child under 14. You are supposed to be asking their parent for permission, but it's about respect. You need to ask the child. Yes, because this will build this communication, this dialogue that will help you out of many situations, like in vaccination. We have already had precedents when parents actually object to vaccination, but a boy who is 14 years old or 16 years old says, and I'm in favor of vaccination. That's great. What has COVID changed for healthcare professionals, and what would you like to have for HCPs in the future? Well, the pandemic has shown us that learning is always great. And we need to use individual means of protection, gloves, masks. So after some inspections, we understood that actually we don't know how to wear all of them. Secondly, each of us already tries to ensure safety in every possible aspect. And we've come to realize that prevention is important, like vaccination. That seems to be the only possible way to protect ourselves. And the use of such simple things as social distancing, temperature measurement are also important. These elements of infection control, they should always be in place, regardless of whether we are living through the pandemic or not. Because when we started making some steps towards this good infection control, the acute respiratory diseases rate actually went down. And HCPs have come to understand it. And by the way, this year, the number of people among HCPs who have contracted the disease is much lower. Would you like to work with a psychologist? Would you like doctors to work with psychologists? You know, in our polyclinic, we have a mobile palliative care for children, and the main demand coming from parents is for psychological support. I do realize that this is a highly demanded service, and the psychologist doesn't even have time to pay proper attention to all the families. So I think that, yes, in the future, it will be important for communication, for depriving oneself of bad ideas, of negative ideas. You know, we have one more minute, so please tell the final idea. I just wish everyone to stay healthy as a doctor, because without the health, you cannot have dreams, you do not have positive ideas. So for you to have wings to fly, you need to be healthy. You need to stay sound. And if you are healthy, your family, your relatives are healthy, that is a precondition for something greater, something bigger, for a good mood. And all the other things can still be borrowed somewhere, I would say. So stay healthy. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you for this highly informative dialogue. So, in about a minute, we are getting back to the panel discussion format, and the next topic will be the final one, and it's really important. This is reconsidering the future for every child, new challenges and opportunities.
Раньше не было воды, и мы ходили через все село набирать на колонки.
Редко-редко сюда доходила вода, только утром, и только если ты попадешь, мы и грязные ложились, бо не хватало воды. Баллон 38 принесешь, или покушать готов, бо многодетная семья, 6 человек, или стирай что-нибудь одно.
Готовили только на покупной воде. Стирка была только в том случае, если вода идет с нормальным напором, потому что машинки ломались.
Сети, построенные в 60-е и 70-е годы, были в аварийном состоянии. На данный момент выполнено строительство водонапорной башни 25 метров кубических. Также предоставлены материалы для ремонта существующих сетей водоснабжения.
Поменяли трубы, поставили башню. Сейчас в любой момент можно взять, напиться, хозяйство накормить, огород полить.
Сейчас есть вода, и это очень хорошо.
У мене є рідний брат Олександр, він працює в МНС і він займався саме ліквідаціями пожеж. Тому я не з чуток знаю, як важко було людям. Ми вирішили відновити ліси, які постраждали внаслідок пожеж. Ми висадили вже понад 1000 саджанців. Мої однокласники та деякі вчителі також брали в цьому участь. На центральній площі ми висадили 30 декоративних яблунь. Вони дуже приємно пахнуть, і через 20 або 30 років мені буде приємно ходити по цьому парку та дивитися на дерева, які ми садили. Ця справа не закінчиться одним роком, а буде продовжувати жити.
Из-за пластика вымирает много черепах, потому что они думают, что пластиковые одноразовые пакеты – это медузы, которыми они питаются.
Сьогодні ми поговоримо про екологічні проблеми. Як кожен із нас може потрошку їх вирішувати. Сейчас молодеет это движение, потому что мы имеем больше информации, мы можем больше рассказать. Ученики 5 класса очень осознанно ее восприняли, начали даже где-то высаживать какие-то саженцы.
Мне больше всего запомнилось про сестер из Бали, как они убирали пляж. Не каждый взрослый человек на такое способен.
Это необычный современный формат урока, чтобы показать детям, что изменения начинаются с каждого из нас.
Пані та панове, триває саміт «Діти».
Dear ladies and gentlemen, the summit Children within the Ukraine 30 Forum is going on, and here are the participants of our next discussion. But the very discussion will start a little bit later because I would like to give the floor first to Ilarion Sertiyan from Novukrainka. He's 14 years old, and he is the advisor of the local council and the participant of the initiative community friendly to children and youth. You're welcome.
Ну а власне з самих нагороджень і статусу громада дружня до дітей та
And as far
молоді
as
сьогодні в рамках саміту відбулося нагородження перших 3
this initiative is concerned, so 3 cities have been awarded today. Welcome to everyone. I'm Ilarion Zarhi. I'm 15 years old, and I already know who I want to be, what I want to be in the future. Let me ask, can everyone tell the same, that you knew what you would like to be in the future? Have you really become what you wanted to be and who you wanted to be? I know that many adults have a job they don't like, and they have been mistaken about their choice, and it's too late to change something. I know that a lot of my peers are afraid of the same. That's why quite often we discuss what we would like to change at school. And our demands, our needs are the same. We want to get more practical skills. We want school to help us with the choice of our future and with our future in general. How do we use our money? How do we make self-presentation or presentation of our projects? How do we negotiate, and how do we find the business of our life? We lack practice, the space where we could try our hand. That's why we lack profile secondary education for me and my peers to be able to select the subjects which we would like to learn deeper. We will have many advantages as a result of that, and the most important thing is that we will be able to use our time, our physical resources and mental resources in the most effective way possible, because we will definitely need that in the future. And I think that you will agree with me that we would then better become better experts. I'm happy. I'm 15, and I know what I would like to become in the future because I had a chance to try my hand in practice. We, the youth, we were not waiting for global changes. We launched those changes. We initiated the project Cooperation Mainstream, which is a system of young advisors in the city council. I'm an advisor, and I'm proud of that. Here is my business card, my certificate, and I already visit a lot of meetings. I get practical experience not even every student has. We have more than 20 advisors, children advisors in the city council. Some of them try their hand in this and understand that it's not their place, but that is why the project that is why we have this project. You have the right to make a mistake until you become the hostage of the profession or occupation which you don't like. Our project doesn't require any resources, and this helps that the changes I'm speaking about do not require anything but for the will. Reforms in education are necessary not only for you but for us, because we are future teachers and lawyers, policemen and deputies. And please let each of us to find the right place for us to make the country better for us and for you. Thank you for attention. Thank you, Ilarion. Thank you, and let's continue with our further discussion, final discussion for today within the Forum Summit Children. And let me invite the moderator. This is Nelia Lebedь, a consultant of UNICEF on education. Good afternoon. So the session we will have now deals with the reconsideration of the future for every child, new challenges and opportunities. So what is as we see for today, education is now the basis for the development of the society. And even in the corridors of the Ministry of Education and Science, we can see Nelson Mandela phrase that education is the most powerful weapon for changing the world. And today, we will speak with you about what skills children need in the modern world for them to fulfill their potential, what education they need. Is it possible to build an inclusive society in Ukraine, and what should the role of children be in this? So let me introduce our speakers. We will have 4 speakers. This is Vladislav Rashkovan, Deputy Executive Director of Ukraine to the International Monetary Fund. He has joined us online. Welcome. The next speaker is Anna Derevyanko, Executive Director of the European Business Association. Olesya Yaskevich, founder of the public organization To See With Your Heart, and Svetlana Privalova, Program Director of Litosvita. So, how are we going to conduct this panel? Now, each of the speakers will have 5 minutes to tell about the topic he or she is concerned the most, and after that we will have a chance to ask some questions and to discuss the most relevant challenges and trends in modern education. So let me first give the floor to Vladislav Rashkovan. Vladislav, I know that you are well acquainted with different systems of education globally. And please tell us, what is the difference between the American model of education and the Ukrainian one? What are the advantages and disadvantages of both, and what does the Ukrainian approach need to change?
Дякую, що запросили на цей захід.
Some technical problems, we cannot hear you.
Чуєте зараз?
Can you hear us now? Yes, yes.
Окей. Дякую, що запросили мене.
Thank you for having invited me to this
Я
event.
на одній конференції якось
You know, at one conference, I mentioned that one of the key problems for Ukraine is the following one.
зараз відстає від Польщі на
Ukraine is now lagging behind Poland by some 25 years.
українцю.
Why should a young Ukrainian wait for 25 years until Ukraine catches up with Poland if he or she can just leave and reach Poland within several hours and stay living there with their families? And that's not a rhetoric question. I myself can answer this question for opportunities' sake, for the opportunities that could be provided by Ukraine to Ukrainians and their children. And definitely this opportunity is demand-based. It is driven by the development of economy, and Anna Derivanko will tell about this better. But the main role is the role of education, and unfortunately education now doesn't help Ukrainians get the necessary cutting edges and competitive benefits. And I speak mostly not just about university, but about school education, which lays down the basis for Ukrainian competitive paths and individual Ukrainians' individual education paths. There are a lot of ratings that show that 99% of Ukrainians can read, count, and write, and that is really much more than in other countries, many other countries. But that is not enough to really go along your professional career path. Before this event, I had a look at the breakthrough technologies materials, breakthrough technologies that became popular or productive over the recent 3 years, and I've written out several of them. For example, new developments in mechanics, material studies, and artificial intelligence. They produce robots that are much more flexible and better students than they used to be. And that's important because they can actually perform more tasks. The other technology developing fast is hyper-personalized or customized healthcare. And I've had several speeches today delivered by doctors. These technologies are becoming accessible. Also, artificial meat, which is a popular phenomenon. And also, there is some programming of the systems of logical language systems, linguistic systems that create real voice assistants that will help us in our lives. And these systems are based on artificial intelligence on the one hand, but on the other hand, on the deep study of speech, like GDP-3 system with a profound basic system and can use text from thousands of different books in order to understand the context, for example, for translation purposes. And there are a lot of other things, like the issue of data, because consolidation of our data and protection of our personal data, digital data, used by the governments and by large corporations, is taking place without our control, and this is a problem for democracy and for business. And, for example, my daughter, Sonia, 2 years ago, got an invitation, and she had a speech on this topic in the UN with the invitation of the UNICEF. And a lot of other issues could be raised, but that's all about one general thing. How is the Ukrainian system of education helping young Ukrainians, students or school children, to get interested in those topics? And how does it provide knowledge to them to create an opportunity for them to compete in the global market, labor market, including Ukraine, but not only with the representatives of other nationalities, but with robots, with artificial intelligence? And it seems to me that this is an important question which needs to be answered. The systems of many countries, including the US system, provide such opportunities. I will tell you a little bit about this, maybe in the second part. Thank you.
Щиро дякую, пане
Thank you, Володимир.
Владиславе.
Sorry.
Владиславе, власне, ви сказали про
You have
важливі речі.
mentioned a couple of important things related to global trends like AI, robotization, personalization, customization, study of linguistic semantics. That is what is actively used by businesses. And our next speaker, Anna, will probably cover some of those issues in detail. She will tell what is important for education from the employer's, business's point of view, what skills and knowledge are necessary for children to be competitive in our current market, and what should the state and parents invest into. Thank you. You know, when I look at the title of the summit, well, we business and summit children, at the beginning, it seemed to be irrelevant, but then, you know, when you start thinking it over, what the future of children is, you understand that both business and not business are affecting the future of children, and not only children, but all of us. I can tell you that my microphone is somehow not working properly. It seems to me that we don't realize what our nearest future is going to look like and how we can influence the future of our children. It seems to me that there are several ways to do this. First of all, we need to be happy ourselves. We need to have happy families, because a child living in a family really then feels happier and feels what it means to be happy. And it seems to me if families are happy, if they feel these harmonies, then the opportunities for fulfilling the potential of every child will be there. I'm not sure that all families in Ukraine are happy and can boast of that. And there are a number of reasons for that, why it happens so. And quite often we think that it is the state that should somehow do something in this context. And that is probably true, but at the same time, it seems to me that each of us has some responsibility concerning how we bring up our children and how we work with ourselves at our development. I have two children, and I'm happy enough to have a look at two different generations. One generation is 25 years, and one of the other generation is 5 years old. And I can see how different these children are and how different their perception of the surrounding world is. 30, well, when I was in the system of education, there was some fear, right? One could tell me that, please, stay calm, and that's okay. For my elder son, it's still okay, but for the younger generation, that won't go. You need to tell, you need to make him interested in what you are willing to convey to him. And this younger generation compiles robots. They think about creation of some things we couldn't even imagine. And I'm really concerned about the fact that our current system of education cannot help us develop and bring up children who can really create great things. We need to work with teachers, for teachers to be interesting personalities, for children to be interested in going there and learning something from them. Besides education, it seems to me we need to pay attention to the system of healthcare, because every happy person must be healthy. And again, it seems to me that in this context, our country has a lot to work at, because every and each of us knows what I mean. And if we compare this system with other countries, we are really lagging behind, and we still need to borrow some best practices. As far as business is concerned, we are all trying to do specific things to change today's reality that will further have an impact on the future. Because we all want to live in the future when children will start taking care of the elderly people, or when there is room both for the elderly people and for young people, and that's everything that we are affecting now. So as business, we do realize all those challenges. We do realize that we need to get involved in joint work, in particular jointly with UNICEF, and that's why we also got involved in the initiative dedicated to thinking how we could change the situation in the country. On behalf of the European Business Association, having about 1,000 companies in Ukraine, we take the following steps already now. Professional guidance, career guidance. So together with the companies, we keep telling teenagers what kind of occupations they may have. They may touch these occupations, have a look at them, go to different businesses to see how it all works. And you know, when I listened to Ilarion, I just thought, well, cool guy. Already at the age of 15, he knows what he would like to be and what he would like to do in his life. It wasn't about me, and that was normal back then. And it's great that we have people like this. It's great that our system of education does not kill this potential, but is trying to heat it up. Probably some 10 years ago, I had a comparison how our system of education works. If abroad a flower is watered, it grows up, it discloses, they provide opportunities. In our system of coordinates, we have something growing, and then we just pick it up, move it, and we're trying to manually make it open up. So in business, we are still trying to show what occupations we have, to show the opportunities. Along with that, we have another program called Successful Start, where we show students what skills we need for business to employ these students, for business to further work with students and to improve the situation. And in EBA, we have another program within which we unite parents and children in order to somehow solve the problems together with psychologists. Problems will always be there, but we need to try and solve them, at least within the domain where we can affect that. So if there are any other initiatives related to how business could actually influence the future or the present-day reality, because we are creating the future already now, and the things we are doing now will definitely influence the future. And really, what we do now will create the future. So let's get involved in the creation of this future together. And I'm sure that if we take those steps, if we do feel ourselves that we are happy, the future of our children will be better. Thank you, Anna. You have raised a very important topic, because you've been speaking about important steps on the way to looking for a place of each human being in the world. And let me give the floor to Olesa Yaskevich for her to tell about inclusion. That is an issue actively discussed in this country. It's not only about accessibility, barrier-free space, but the inclusion and participation of those citizens into the society. So, Olesa, how do we build an inclusive system of education, and how do we provide the future for children with disabilities? Because Most of parents fear about their future. I mean, parents of children with disabilities. Thank you. Good afternoon to everyone. Let me start with one question. What do you think? How should families which have children with disabilities live? How people with disabilities should generally live? That's a rhetoric question, of course, because the answer is rather simple. The fewer special things we have for such children, the better the situation is. They need to live a life which is the closest to our life. They must have an opportunity to go to kindergarten, to go to school, to the school which is side by side with their house and not the school to which you need to give a child because, unfortunately, side by side with his place of living, there is no special school. And the parents need to understand what is waiting for the child further on, because the greatest fear of all parents of children with disability and the only unifying characteristics is what is going to happen to my child further on. Because so far in Ukraine we don't have the system of services for children with disability. Unfortunately, children with disabilities don't have any future. When a child is born, we know approximately that the child will go to the kindergarten. He will, of course, choose the best one. That is our child is the best, and we want to give the best things to him or her. Then the child goes to school, and we also tend to pick the best school, the best tutors, the best teachers. Then we help the child to decide what career he or she should have. And an adult child, a mature child, enters the university or the institute. But families and children with disabilities don't have this path to cover. The child is just given birth to, and that's a full stop. And then it's a problem of the specific family to arrange the future for this specific child, for this child to have the right to the future. It seems to me that in 2021, well, let's put it in a different way. The word inclusion in 2021 should be a normal notion. That should be a norm, not a challenge, not any special requirement to make something accessible for everyone. That must be a norm. We live in the rapidly changing world, and we cannot but notice children who are and people who need some more attention side by side with us. That's why inclusion today is available, but unfortunately we are still trying to find some ad hoc solutions to the problems. For example, we have decided that Ukraine should have inclusive education. We are trying to arrange it, but nobody knows how we should arrange it, and we are just taking some on-the-spot decisions. That's our reality. Unfortunately, the reality is like that, and more than 160, I guess. No, the approximate number of children with disabilities is about 164,000 children. These are all the children with different forms of disability. Again, when parents give birth to a child with disabilities, unfortunately, in the maternity house, they are asked to reject their child. This is done by doctors, by people around the parents, because there is no system of services, there is no system of support. I speak a lot about the things which we don't have, but that's what our reality is like. Of course, something is happening in the right direction, that's true, but that is rather chaotic, sporadic, and fragmentary. That is not a norm yet, and in 2021 that cannot be the case any longer. That's why I'm urging everyone to think it over, that side by side with you, you have children who are different and who need help at every stage. There are families who live with this problem round the clock all their life long. And getting back to the question about the future, right, we don't have the future for those children, but let me give an example. Our organization is trying to studied the experience of other countries, and, for example, in Italy, there was a great practical example how business could get involved in the creation of the future for children with disabilities. A similar organization taking care of families with children with disabilities. They implemented different projects to identify strength of children with disabilities to help employ them in the future. And they were addressed by the family with a boy. He was 18 years old. He was an autist, nonverbal, but he knew really a lot about coffee. He knew what grain, what machinery can be used, and the director of this organization decided to employ him in a cafe, to have him employed in the cafe. They went to about 15 cafes, and of course everybody refused them, but finally one of the owners said, okay, let's try. And they almost set up this outlet, this cafe for this boy. But now they already have 15 outlets. That is in a small town near Milan. And in all of them, there work people who are autists, who have the Down syndrome. They prepare coffee. They communicate with people. So it means that the revenues of the company increased 15 times. So this shows that we need to change the focus and to shift to not what these people can do, but what they can do. In Israel, for example, adults with autism, not all of them, but some people with autism, are trained. They undergo some training, and they, for example, make parachutes. So this is the most tedious, the most complicated part of work. And you know, people, autists, are rather pedantic by nature, and this could be their strength. I think that we as the society have not matured yet. We think that people with disabilities are limited. Let's change the focus. They are not limited, but the world around them is trying to limit their opportunity to be on equal terms with others, on the par. Thank you, Olesya, for such highly important insights.
Мені дуже сподобалася ваша думка і стосовно...
Sorry, no microphone.
Ні, не працює. Не працює? Дуже... Алло? Ну, алло, прийом. Дуже подобається ваша думка. Мені здається, що це так правильно робити. Треба дійсно враховувати сильні особливості.
I really like your idea about strength. We really need to take into account the strengths of those people with disabilities because they are humans, just a little bit different, but we are all different. So really, this approach is good. And I also like that we have inclusivity and diversity as a trend in business, and I can see that there are many companies on our platform that work with people with disabilities, and they also use those strengths. So I guess that the number of such companies is going to grow because it seems to me that we, adults, see that the focus is now on value-based businesses, and so businesses working with social changes. It's not only about revenues and incomes. And in this context, it seems to me that we will definitely going along that way, and there will be future for these children, I'm sure. Yeah, I would like to also support our speakers, Olesya and Anna. Really, it's not just about equality, equal access, but it's about perception of these people in the society. And it seems to me that if we speak about education, that's also about tailored approach to providing different opportunities to people with special needs. And let me give the floor to our next speaker, Svetlana Privalova. Let me ask him the following question. How do we ensure this tailored, individualized, personalized approach, whatever we call it? How do we help people develop their talents? Well, first of all, welcome to everyone. Good afternoon. And children are the main topic that we should be concerned about, because the heart of adults is hidden in children. You know, I belong to the category of people who get some field experience and then try to do some piloting of projects. So I have been lecturing in universities, and I've been involved in different projects for teachers, and in cooperation with IREX. This was a project in particular of teaching literacy skills to teachers, how to use information. That was for 3 years, and now I also work with programs, work with teachers, and I work together with children. And you know, the most interesting words I heard about individual approach were the words which I heard from a football coach who said at the parents' meeting that, dear parents, you need to remember that to bring up a good footballer, you need not to focus on the result. You should not be outcome-oriented. The child should not be afraid of making mistakes. And that is, I guess, the main statement education should be based on. I would urge everyone to remember this, because, you know, storytelling is the best thing for memorizing. So I will speak about the priorities for teachers. Ivan Franko's story, which is about 130 years old, it's Грицева шкільна наука, or the school education of Gritz, which is a shortened name for Grigori. And by the way, Ababa Halamaha Publishing House has published this book, and this is also important. So finally, this small boy, Gritz, is sent to school, and his father sends him to the teacher. Everyone knows that the teacher is in school, but Gritz doesn't know what is waiting for him. So the first priority of the teacher should be to still be the professor. I mean that the teacher should be well aware of everything going on in the world, keep reading, and use the list of sources which he uses. Because, you know, sometimes Google may compete with the teacher. Google is smarter than we are. So the only thing the teacher can do is start his or her morning with reliable sources of information to keep updated, with no fakes, with no manipulations. And it's easy to learn how to do this. You know that if we speak not about the mean, the average, so it's not enough. We have a lot of fakes, manipulations. So the first priority is for the teacher to really remain the teacher, the professor. Then this little boy goes to school. He finds other boys who make him eat chalk, and they call it Jerusalem. So he eats chalk, the teacher comes, notices the situation, and does not interfere. Today, this would be called bullying, right? Something teachers should pay attention to. Unfortunately, quite often we get the news from which we understand that some tragic cases were caused, fatality cases, lethal cases, suicide cases, were that the children didn't feel comfortable in the class, and that should be really somehow seen, detected by teachers. And this is all about tailored approach, individual approach. When I became a lecturer, I remember my students, I now understand that we should know everything about our students, otherwise we cannot teach them. Then the same story by Ivan Franko. The teacher starts reading and teaching reading, and Gritz hears some nice word, and when they The teacher changes the letters, but Hryць keeps, he cannot read, and so he just repeats what he heard, and the teacher punishes him physically. So, and unfortunately, this vertical is still there. Our teacher is not a partner, it is a mentor, it is some superior. There are a lot of progressive projects which are international initiatives, and there everything is okay. But if we speak about secondary schools in small and large cities and in villages, we realize the teacher is still differentiating between students and school children. He differentiates between excellent students and satisfactory students. And satisfactory students seem to be bad. No, but we should see individuals behind these results, behind these achievements. The children should not be afraid of making mistakes, and they should not be stigmatized that you're either an excellent student or a satisfactory student. And after a year of school studies of Hryць, his father understood that Hryць didn't learn anything. He went again to his geese, and the geese asked him what he learned, and he just pronounced one of the magic words, Baba Halamaha, and the first white goose repeated this word, which shows that within 1 year, this boy learned a word which even a goose could repeat. And this leads us to an important conclusion. We need to revise our system. Our system should be wider, more comprehensive. There should be some practical skills provided, and every teacher could go to the room with immersive tools, methods of study. Let's make a gadget not our enemy, because that will enable the teacher to, first of all, accelerate the process of studies, and secondly, to have more time to see that he has a class, but this class consists of specific names and surnames of specific individuals. Thank you, Svetlana. You have really raised a very important topic related to the development of competences of both students and teachers, like critical thinking, without which today we cannot move on in any direction, effective conflict resolution, effective communication, which is based on partnership, on interaction between the students and the teachers. And I would like to ask all of you, we have raised a lot of important issues, and let's speak a little bit about specific trends and challenges that we currently have in education. And the first thing I would like to ask is about what we need to change in schools now to really bring up successful individuals. We now have competence-based approach. We are developing the new Ukrainian school, which confesses a little bit different values than it used to confess. And really, skills, knowledge, and competences are not the key to success. Now we speak about tolerance, about attitude, about treatment. So what do you think should be the approaches? What values should we lay down as the basis for education to really make our future generation successful? So is there any volunteer to start? Let me start. What should be changed? What are the key things? And I'm going to be rather provocative, but I'm really, when I study together with my 12-year-old son, I often want to say that we need to change, to replace part of our pedagogical staff members. Children subconsciously feel that they can do much more, that they have, let's say, a child has a fluent command of English. He knows English better than the teacher, that she knows about trends, but teachers don't know about trends, some trends. When you just perform the basics, the school curriculum, and don't go beyond that, well, that's bad. So I think the approach of teachers should be changed. They should not just be staying and keep writing all this curriculum, spend time on that. Or there must be some total digitalization in Ukraine when you can just create my class and replicate the program and not stay with the notebooks, with the exercise books and keep tracking all this. So the methods and the approaches should be changed among teachers, because teachers are the most powerful unit of education. And if I could continue with your idea. Your idea really resonates with me, because when we speak about inclusive education, we need to start not with teachers. We need to start with higher education institutions, with those who train those teachers and with the curriculum they are trained under. Because unfortunately, we still have standards and curricula even of the Soviet period in some cases. So children come to school with different special needs. Teachers don't know what's to be done with them. If we are developing the new Ukrainian school system, it's great, but this rapid inclusion has made a rollback for us, because many children just don't study because they cannot study in a special school, but inclusive classes are not there because they have started individual learning. Teachers don't know what to do with them. Every child with some disabilities, and every child is actually individual, and what works with this child will never work with the other one. So we speak about children with disabilities, that you can multiply this tendency by 1,000 already. And teachers need to be able to change the approach. They need to know how to approach every specific child and how to make every child comfortable in a classroom. I will not even speak about universal access to schools, because only a small percentage of schools are available physically, where children could go in wheelchairs. If a classroom is on the second floor, so physically the child will not get to the classroom, but the child is in that school, but they come just to the 1st of September, to the beginning of the academic year and to the end of the academic year. So we need to revise the standards, revise the curricula for teacher training. And on my part, I would like to add the following. I also agree about the change of methods and approaches and the very teaching process, teacher training process. But again, what about the salaries of our teachers? You know, if teachers get decent salaries, they are motivated to move on. But if they get peanuts, well, they will just keep thinking how to survive. So I guess that we need to provide opportunities to schools also to generate financial resources in a legal way, in an honest way, for them to be able to pay decent salaries to their teachers. As far as high educational institutions are concerned, I'm going to tell you that we as businesses keep working with different representatives of school and universities, and it's a rare case that you may really find somebody progressing there. Well, there are deans, there are some rectors who seem to be ready to cooperate with you. I speak only about the best universities. But when it comes to business, well, these progressive people disappear. And I feel sorry about that, because both in schools and university we should have more practice, because the people who are the graduates of these schools and universities, if they come to certain companies, they will need some retraining. That's why it's very good if companies keep working with universities or have specific courses, and it's like dual education, when certain practical skills skills are trained, are developed, and business is ready for this. There must be progressive vertical educational system that will be motivated to deliver such developments of skills. And then we will have somebody to learn from, and not just the teachers and lecturers who will just punish you physically. Yes, thank you. And Vladislav, maybe you would also like to add something before I conclude.
Так, якщо можна. Ви чуєте?
Yes, can you hear me? Yes.
Світлана в першій частині
In the first part of her answer, Svetlana mentioned football, and I would also like to tell a story of female football, soccer. The point is that before 1971, actually, football and soccer among women was forbidden. And it started developing in the 90s when Ukraine became independent. And back then, in the US, a sports and political decision was passed with which an inclusive program for equal financing of women and women's and men's sports programs was introduced. It didn't exist before. So this means that public universities get a chance to choose. Either they finance women's teams of soccer or men's ones. And it yielded its fruit because in the first championship, the US team became a champion. And after that, they became the champions 3 times. 4 times they also won the Olympics. But, you know, women started playing it only 30 years ago when Ukraine became independent. And today we have 250 million people playing football, playing soccer, and 8 million of them are women playing in the US, while 25 million are women. And all colleges, a lot of colleges, have female teams, female soccer teams, and these girls have better chances for entering colleges, but it all starts from schools. And now in the US, I can see girls on soccer stadiums playing football or soccer even more than boys, because this gives them additional opportunities. And what about Ukraine? Why didn't we start competing in this arena? Anyway, this experience shows us that the following thing. Over the recent 30 years, within the fourth industrial revolution, we have got a lot of breakthroughs and innovations. I've already mentioned the innovations that are currently developed. But Google, Tesla, Amazon, Uber, Airbnb, Boston Dynamics dealing with robots did not exist 30 years ago, the same as female soccer football teams. But they developed new business models, they entered competitive markets, and they actually drove away the global players available in those markets that used to be the kings of the game. And I guess that the main thing is about education. Can we really provide our young people an opportunity to get interested in these topics? And let me answer Larion's question. A student in Washington, a high school student in Washington already takes a course, let's say, in civil engineering, if he knows definitely that he wants to be a city planning officer, or he takes political science and data science if he wants to be an anthropologist or a social scientist, or if he may launch missiles if he wants, or launch some rockets if he wants to deal with space. I speak about my daughter classmates. Well, my son is in the elementary school of gifted children, magnet school, where they have about 2 children of the best students of the state of Washington, and they have the best teachers. It would be great if Larion had the same opportunity to get the best teachers. And he's in the 5th grade, and they already study engineering, but at the same time they study Greek and Latin roots in words in order to build a methodological apparatus and understanding of other languages. This shows that new global niches, which we mentioned at the beginning, are created on a daily basis. The new business models are created on a daily basis, and they are created in the minds of educated people. In 30 years, we will have new Googles, Amazons, new branches of economy in healthcare, in education. That's true. And they will use new technologies, so it would be good if they were also born in Ukrainian garages, and boys like Ilarion, if they could be involved, if they could contribute to the improvement of the world for the better. I agree with Anna and Svetlana that teachers need to be trained in a better way. Unfortunately, not the best graduates become teachers or lecturers, but that's the topic for another panel, I guess. So answering the question what children should be taught, I think that the most important thing is to teach children to learn. That is not what they are taught at schools. As Anna has mentioned, our culture presupposes that education is a kind of a teacher with a tool for punishment. But when I was a school child, I was told that when I asked the question why I need knowledge, they told me always that you just need to pass an exam and that's it. So now it's not the case. The children should be interested in new knowledge, in learning. Also, Svetlana has spoken about the command of English. You know, 5 years ago, I already told learn the languages, and I do understand what my peers did 30 years ago when they did learn English. But over the recent 30 years, competition, particularly in business, has been between the people who had a fluent command of foreign languages and all the other categories were lagging behind. And I think that English is the language of international communication. It's not a foreign language now, so it should be your second or third language. You need to learn some Mandarin, Hindi, Arabic languages, because you know that in several decades of years, 3/3 of our population will live in India or China, and there will be great opportunities. But now, yesterday and today, I would, because this was the situation which we had 5 years ago. Now probably we'll need to learn Python, Ruby, Java, programming languages. Because if you don't know those languages, you will find it difficult to be a success. And you know that there are some countries, Estonia, Finland, where they study programming from the first grade. But I think that now programming is developing towards no coding, which means that people will be able, any person will be able to do programming without knowing the programming languages. That's why it may be important to not just to teach languages to children or programming languages, because you can do it through online translators, which the children will have in their headsets. You need to teach children some intercultural communication, because even knowing the languages, you may fail to understand the representatives of other countries, and Anna probably can tell about this, such cases in business. The other thing I would like to say is that we are more important than I. The word we is more important than I, and children need to be taught to find people with whom they would like to make friends, to work, and with whom they would do the climbing, would go to the mountains, would play in the theater, would go on some intelligence missions, because we have the war now. So we need to teach this interaction, teach people to be heard and to hear others. And there is a lot of team building in US schools. You may be a leader, a manager of a certain project, or a member of a certain project within your classroom. It's not just you're a group leader and you're always the boss. And Svetlana has mentioned the teacher as a partner and not mentor. And you know, in my daughter's school, they also have the Socratean dialogues, where the teacher is not in the center, but the children themselves are organizing these
discussion, some issues. Yes, sorry, Vladislav, but just we are a little bit pressed for time, so if you could wind up, we would appreciate that. Thank you. You have really concluded the points that we have discussed, and I would really like to say that the issues raised are no easy issues. And the issues raised in education are always complex issues because the system of education is a large-scale system, partially bureaucratized, and in order to introduce certain changes into it, we need time, we need courage, we need people with a different mentality. We already have such teachers at schools, we have such lecturers in higher educational institutions. I think that we have the term of agents of change. So let's hope that this share of agents of change will keep increasing and will become a critical mass, a critical share, and it will allow us to change the attitude to education, change the mindset, and that will definitely happen because parents have started participating in this process very actively. The formats of education are changing. We speak about blended education, about online education, about home education. We speak about access to education for absolutely different children and young people. And this panel could actually last for hours because the issues raised here, the issue of financial provision, salaries of teachers, selection of teachers, these are highly important issues. But I need to express my gratitude to you for all the issues raised, for the opportunity provided to expand the vision, and let's hope that the percentage of those agents of change will keep rising in our society and that we will really have our education as very good weapons in changing the world. Thanks a lot to all of you and particularly to our speakers for this panel. Thank you to all those present with us online and offline on digital platforms. Let's conclude our Summit Children within the Ukraine Society Forum dedicated to the 75th anniversary of UNICEF is over. Thank you for attention.